Hello, chat. I'm gonna blow your ears. I've once again decided to fuck with all my audio settings right before the stream. So if your ears are being blown the fuck out, I guess you just have to suffer because I don't trust my chat anymore. Because they're habitual liars. They just fucking lie to me constantly. I try to figure out what the fuck I'm doing. Alright. For some reason I had this song stuck in my head and I had to play it as an intro song. It's Happy Days in case you are going crazy because there's no lyrics to it. Chat, there has been happenings, monumental happenings. This is going to be a long stream unless I just blow through everything like I do when I'm anticipating a long stream. I think for the first time in a very long time, I feel optimistic about every aspect of society and life as it is. I actually can't remember the last time that I felt good about the general state of things, but I do feel good. So I'm vibing, as they say. I'm in my zone. I'm flourishing. I have. Let's see. Okay, so everyone's lying. Okay, so that's fine. That's fine. If there's any actual issues, I trust that people who have direct contact with me can actually explain what's wrong. But talk about scurvy. I'll get to the scurvy. Someone has scurvy, chat, so we're gonna get to that in a second. There is static audio crack. This is my least favorite. Starting the stream is like always the worst fucking part of the stream because everyone just fucking lies in chat. All right. No, it is not Asmongold. It's actually cracking. There is a little cracking. Oh my god. All right, let's try this. No, I don't think I need to restart anything. Okay, I have reset the audio interface, and now it should be fine. It's not... Is it fucked up again? Okay. No, hold up. Just so you know, I spent literally 3 hours fucking with my mic to try and get it to work. I need like an actual human being that I trust to actually sit down and do the mic check with me because you guys are so fucking annoying. It's fine now. Okay. Judichu. Okay. I will only trust the people with blue names. Because okay, Judichu, how does the mic sound? Because they're just fucking annoying me. I'm so irritated. I wish I could rely on the general audience of the forum for anything, and I cannot. So, you know, I'm just gonna restart the entire stream. There's no point. I'm just gonna drop the entire audio up until this point. If you're making like the real raw mad at the Internet Archive, you're gonna have. I hope you were recording because that's all getting dropped from the archive. Here it goes. You ready? Wow, chat. What a great day it is. I'm feeling so good and vibing and I'm optimistic and I just love my chat. They're the best chat in the whole world. Thank you, chat, for being here. I'm so happy you're here. It's my favorite people in the whole world. It's chat. They're in the audience right now. They're all saying very intelligent and funny things that never get old, ever. Happy days, chat. Happy days. All right, let's get through it. Let's get to it. I should explain that I The funny thing that I have cautioned you all about in regards to Angerlyn is supposedly in the works. I am anticipating the funny nuke to drop on London in on Monday. Trust me, it'll be hysterical. It'll be the funniest thing. You'll laugh so fucking hard. You'll be like, Josh, you're just a real jokester. This Joshua Connor Moon is just the funniest little joker in the whole world. This Kiwi Farms thing sure does get up to some shenanigans. I'm so glad to get to participate on this internet forum because, whoa, buddy, there's some silly things progressing in this sphere of the internet. It will be fun, I promise. If it happens, we'll see. I'm like 90% sure that the funny thing will happen. Hopefully next week. If not, I'll have an update. If I don't have it by next Friday, I will just tell you what it is. I think at this point, because I'm pretty sure that certain loudmouths be spilling the beans already. So let's start somewhere closer to home than the faraway, miserable, grimy island of the United Kingdom. Let's start in Tejas, the Mexican Ustedes Unidos Estada of Tejas. I think this is just a little clip of formality.
Being 85 ayes in 6 days, the motion prevails. The Sergeant-at-Arms and any officers appointed by her are directed to send for all absentees whose attendance is not excused for the purposes of securing and maintaining their attendance, under warrant of arrest if necessary, until further order of the House.
This sounds very scary. What is happening? This is the Texas Congress, the state level Congress, and the Sergeant of Arms, which is a very cool name for a title. It's kind of like the Shadow Minister of Justice in Australia. The Sergeant of Arms has been directed to arrest a bunch of lollygaggers who did not show up for work at the Congress. Well, what could it possibly be? The Democrats have fled the state. The state assembly members of the Democratic Party have fled Tejas for greener pastures such as Illinois because their presence would allow certain motions to proceed in the assembly, and those motions they were not in favor of. So instead of participating in democracy, they have simply left the state they are elected to represent inside the state to delay proceedings. Well, as it turns out, Tejas does not permit that. Obstruction of the assembly is not permitted. So the Sergeant of Arms has been directed to issue arrest warrants for assembly members who are deciding to participate in this. I don't know if any have any of them actually been arrested. I don't know. Probably not. I'm gonna guess no, but they could theoretically if we're going to have civil warrants. Okay, civil warrants are the same though. If a civil warrant is issued for arrest, you're still getting arrested. I mean, you're not being indicted with a crime, but you can still be arrested. So we'll see what happens with that. Hopefully they resist arrest and then get criminal arrest. So does this have the video? Oh yeah, this is the video. Here we go. So Jim Acosta, who I remember in the first Trump administration, was the arch nemesis of Donald Trump in the press room. If I remember correctly, Jim Acosta was working with CNN or MSNBC, and Trump hated him and kind of selected him to be the stooge that he makes fun of every so often. Now, Jim Acosta, I think, is independent. Does this say in the article where he worked for? I think. I don't know if he still works for the agency or if he's independent now, but he decided to speak to Joaquin Oliver, one of the students present in the 2018 Parkland High School shooting, which of course is famous for giving us those two troglodytes that have just so happen to have federal handler parents and also just so happen to not be present on campus the day of the shooting. They became the figureheads of the shooting despite not even fucking being there and despite having parents that work for the federal government. In particular, I think one of them worked for like the Federal Emergency Management. So very suspicious. And There's no music playing. Okay, I'm gonna have to put Rumble chat. See, I decided to experiment. And see if turning off slow mode on the stream would help the chat be more active. See if turning off, and instead it's just gone back to spamming emotes. I don't know what it is with like Twitch clones and just spamming emotes, but it seems to be a thing where like it's the most bizarre thing where someone will like sit in chat and just spam the same fucking emotes for literally 5 hours, and it is not productive to the intentions of my chat. Oh, is that why you're spamming the emote? You could just say news hamster instead, because when I see the spam, I just think it's people being fucking retarded. Okay, I'll out the hamster. All right. Stop spamming. I'll turn it back on. Yeah, great stream. Thanks. Fuck you. I don't know. I don't give a fuck about this guy. All I care about is this part. Let's get to the good part. He's interviewing the Parkland High School shooting Joaquin Oliver. The interesting thing about Joaquin Oliver is that he's dead. So how is Jim Acosta giving an interview to a dead kid that's been dead for 7 fucking years on the Jim Acosta show? So I guess he is independent now. Easy. Through the horrors of AI, we have brought him back to life to give his hot take on firearms.
Joaquin, I would like to know what your solution would be for gun violence.
Great question. I believe in a mix of stronger gun control laws, mental health support, and community engagement. We need to create safe spaces for conversations and connections, making sure everyone feels seen and heard. It's about building a culture of kindness and understanding. What do you think about that?
I think that's a great idea, Joaquin.
That's really creepy. Before that kid had his fucking brains blown out, you know what he was thinking? He was thinking, dude, Lindsay's like so fucking hot, bro. I like smash her fucking box like all fucking day with like my penis. And then he was like thinking like, man, I can't wait to go home and play Xbox and jerk off to cartoon pornography, bro. Like, dude. And then he got shot in the fucking head. And now, thanks to the horrors of AI, he gets to give such highly insightful, wise commentary about the state of gun control and mental health in the United States. Apparently, his parents consented to this. So I don't know if Jim Acosta is like paying them out the fuck. Like, what? How much do you have to pay a parent to let you necromance their son using a computer? It doesn't. It's actually really embarrassing. However, to the credit of a certain guy, I forget his name, Jesse. That's it. Jesse decided that he would conduct doing the due diligence of any interviewer, any member of the press. He decided to interview the opposition, which would of course be Adam Lanza. So using the wonders of AI in this instance, Jesse managed to score this awesome interview with Adam Lanza about what he thinks.
Adam, I would like to know what your solution would be for gun violence.
Great question, Jesse. By the way, big fan. My solution would be to stop giving children SSRIs. Perhaps if we just ask the intelligence community to stop, they will. Probably not, though.
Very good. Sometimes I still don't like Jesse, but every so often he gets me. That's really funny. That's really clever. That's like that's really awesome. I gotta admit, that's just how it is. Good idea. Next, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting has been defunded. Now, I talked about this last stream, and I had an immense amount of inability to discern between the CPB, NPB, NPR, PBS. However, one thing I learned in regards to this since is that Sesame Street is actually not a part of the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Now, if you don't know, CPB relied on over $1 billion of government funding in order to keep its operations going throughout the year. $1 billion. And basically, all it was responsible for was public access television, radio, and occasionally weather reports, and also queer theory. I asked my attorney what the CPB, because he's familiar with things on the Hill, as it were. I asked him, what the fuck do they do? And he said queer theory and meteorology. And I'm like, bro, if you give me $1 billion, I'll find you the biggest fag with a meteorology degree. I'll find the biggest fag on the planet, and then pay for him to go to meteorology school so you can have queer theory weather reports. And I could do that for so much less money than $1 billion a year. One of the things that I thought for sure was going to be in the budget for $1 billion a year was Sesame Street. And as it turns out, Sesame Street is not a part of the CPB's budget or portfolio. Sesame Street is owned by a different nonprofit called the Sesame Workshop that actually makes and handles the rights for Sesame Street. Because if you didn't know, Sesame Street is sold to a bunch of different countries, and there's local versions of Sesame Street all over the place. And if you've been to Walmart, you've definitely seen like Sesame Street everything. They sell clothes for adults and kids that have Big Bird on them. They have toys for Sesame Street. They have bikes with Sesame Street. Sesame Street shows up in all sorts of shit, right? It's a very famous icon. Well, as it turns out, the for-profit elements of this nonprofit go back into its budget. So Sesame Workshop actually doesn't need that much money because as a media studio, they make enough money where they really don't have to rely on that much public support. So Sesame Street Workshop put out a message saying, for more than 50 years, Sesame Workshop has been proud to partner with PBS to bring learning and joy across America. Generations of children have benefited from the public investment that has enabled PBS to do important work and needs to remain. PBS, we're so proud to be your neighbor. And part of the reason why I assume that PBS owns Sesame Street is that Sesame Street airs on PBS, but they're actually completely different. So now the studio behind Sesame Street is just going to have to do what everybody does. You don't need PBS. I imagine that tons of kids watch Sesame Street on YouTube, right? I would bet my fucking life that Sesame Street has a YouTube channel and they just do what everybody does. Even the major networks now, they put out single episode teasers and all sorts of shit on YouTube so that parents watch it with their kids and then they download the app or buy the subscription service. I'm sure they have that, right? So you don't need this. You don't need PBS spending $1 billion when Sesame Street can make money using a service that already exists that doesn't cost $1 billion of taxpayer money to run. So that message got posted, and then of course everyone pointed out how much they hate Sesame Street now, which I found funny. Here's Sesame Street saying R is for rainbow. Rainbow flags have been waving in honor of the LGBTQIP+ community since 1978. These symbols continue to evolve and take new forms, like the 2018 Progress Pride flag by Daniel Quasar, which I'm sure is Daniel's real name. Together, let's learn what each of these colors represent. Let's take a second to learn about the colors, chat. I like to educate my viewers about things like colors. What do the colors on the Progress Pride flag mean? And then that's Abby. Now, Abby sucks. If you are someone who has had the good fortune to not ever see an episode of Sesame Street because I watched an episode of like the gay shit they put out, and Abby is like a Mary Sue. Abby is like, she can do anything she wants at any time. She has magic powers, and she doesn't use that to solve world hunger. She doesn't let people use her magic powers. She keeps them to herself to do dumb bullshit kid things with, instead of giving food out to the needy, instead of building. Imagine how much the housing crisis in New York City could be improved if Abby simply magicked the construction equipment to build more housing. She doesn't. She uses it to count and to paint and to do colors, because fuck her. Abby sucks. And she wants to learn about transgender pride. Okay. The 6 rainbow stripes each have their own meaning, drawn from Gilbert Baker's original 1978 flag. So here we have this. I'm supposed to believe that each of these colors were ordained with a meaning. You mean to tell me that they just didn't take the rainbow, and then when they realized that indigo and magenta are like really close together, they just dropped one of them? You mean to tell me that the guy sat down and ordained a flag from his own imagination that just so happens to look exactly like a rainbow, using certain themes, and has no incidental coordination with the rainbow? That's what I'm being told by Sesame Street. I think you're fucking lying to me. I'm reading this and I think you're full of shit. Red apparently means life. Orange means healing. Yellow means sunlight. Is the sun a faggot? Is the sun sucking the moon's dick? What the fuck is what does sunlight have to do with this? Green is nature. Blue is serenity. Why isn't blue life or green? Green is like health, right? And then purple is spirit. And that's all fucked up. If this was me, red would be blood. Why is orange healing? Green should be healing. Okay, red can stay life, but green's gotta be healing. And then orange can be serenity. Purple can be serenity. That's stupid. Purple, no wait, orange should be spirit because it's spooky like Halloween shit. That's my thoughts on that. Yellow can stay sunlight. Fuck it. Then they added the black and brown stripes. The brown and black stripes were added to represent queer people of color and those lost to the AIDS epidemic. I love this. I actually love learning with Sesame Street today because I honestly didn't know that the black stripe represented dead niggas. I've been calling it the gay nigga flag all these years. It's actually the dead gay nigga flag. We got the dead gay nigga flag up there. Do you see the sign in the front of my house that says dead gay nigga storage? As a matter of fact, yes, I do. As you can see, you have the Progress Pride flags waving over your garage, and the black means dead gay niggas. So this is the dead gay nigga storage facility, chat. Good to know. Thank you, Sesame Street. It doesn't mean, just in case you're wondering, I thought it meant black people. Like you have black and brown bodies of color. That's a new progressive way of saying POC. Now that POC sounds too close to colored person, you got black and brown. But no, apparently the black just means dead gay niggas. And then we got the 3 colors for the white, pink, and light blue stripes were added to represent trans and non-binary individuals. And the chevron signifies the importance of progress. Ooh, buddy. Sure does. I have nothing to add to this. Except that I don't consider progress to be important in and of itself. This was a reply to the Sesame Street post that I had brought up, the first one. This is Coming Together, Standing Up to Racism, a CNN Sesame Street town hall for kids and families. Love always wins. And then we have a heart with the rainbow colors. And then, for whatever reason, Cookie Monster was unable to wrest from his grubby mitts a cookie long enough to do this picture. Like, they brought him in, and he's like he's like the most famous of all the characters. So he's like, you got 3 minutes with me. And then he's eating cookies, and it's like, this is my cookie break. This is my cookie break. I'm eating cookies. And they're like, well, you just got to put your hand in while we take a couple pictures. And he's like, bro, I'm not putting down the cookie. I'm fucking Cookie Monster. I'm famous. I'm too good for this shit. If you want my hand in this, you got to deal with the cookie being there. So they just dealt with it. And then they also have Count Chocula, or isn't his name literally just Count Von Count? He's there, and he's in purple. Now, I was told that purple is spirit, so I guess they're trying to signify that he's a spooky ghost. He's a member of the living dead. He's a member of the living dead, here to prey upon the living and to convert to the undead hordes by means of at night molestation. So he is firmly represented on the pride flag. He's definitely a member of the LGBTQIP+. That's what I've learned from Sesame Street. Very good to know. Thank you. And then we have this black guy in a dress who, for whatever reason, is posing next. I don't know how a puppet can look uncomfortable, but that penguin looks like he's extremely uncomfortable in that picture. Nice. And one more, just as a little send off. We have Dr. Sunil Jain in ND, which sounds like a Indian name. But he posted this video. Let's take a look at what this is. Seems like Elmo is wearing a nice little mask here.
Elmo's friend has a question about Santa Claus.
How did Santa get the vaccine?
What the fuck, Lucy? What the fuck? Where's your mask at? Elmo's wearing his mask. Where's your mask, Lucy? That's so reckless. You know how many people she killed by not wearing her mask?
And is it safe for him to go in the house?
Wait. Is she wearing mascara? Am I going crazy? It looks like she has like blue mascara on. Like her mom put lipstick and mascara on this and like eyeliner on this kid so they could submit this video to Sesame Street. They went through all, is that why she's not wearing a mask? Because the makeup's going to get on her mask if she wears her mask. This is weird. That's really weird, actually.
How can Santa Claus safely give out presents with COVID?
I just want to say I hate deaf people. I hate deaf people. I'm so sick of seeing the people dancing in the corner of the screen, like la di da, have flappity hands, flappity hands. I'm sick. If you're deaf, fuck you. And I can say that loud and proud. Fuck you, deaf motherfucker. And you can't hear me. So eat shit.
COVID-19 spreading everywhere. How can he do it?
Will Santa still be able to visit me in coronavirus this season? What
gonna wear a
if he
mask.
can't go to anyone's house or near his reindeer?
Kid, you're not gonna make it in Hollywood. Your acting skills is not so great. You can't remember your lines, and when you're reading them off the placard, it sounds like shit. I hate to bust your bubble. I know you had big dreams and all, but you're gonna have to go back. What was that? What was this little shit from? Geneva, Illinois. You're going back to Illinois, kid. Sorry to say. Oh, God. Oh, God. And then Dr. Fauci appears, and they're all like, oh, look at how fucking creepy these people are.
Well, I have to say I took care of that for you because I was worried that you'd all be upset. So what I did a little while ago, I took a trip up there to the North Pole. I went there, and I vaccinated Santa Claus myself. I measured his level of immunity, and he is good to go. He can come down the chimney. He can leave the presents. He can.
We haven't hanged this nigga yet. We haven't hanged him for crimes against humanity? For real? He's just out there living his best life, completely immunized from the consequences of this shit right here.
Leave, and you have nothing to worry about. Santa Claus is good to go.
Something else that I think is on a lot of kids' minds.
Okay. That was actually worse than I expected. I'm gonna be real with you. I didn't expect the Sesame Street episode to piss me off so fucking much. Awesome. Next. Brazilian woman granted refugee status in Europe after facing 25-year sentence for misgendering a transgender politician. So in a precedent-setting move, as it says, a European country has officially granted full refugee protection to a Brazilian woman's rights activist, and one of those evil feminists, chat, who is facing 25 years in prison in Brazil for misgendering a transgender politician. Isabella Siepa is the first person to be recognized as a victim of state persecution for her outspoken opposition to gender identity ideology. Let's see. So 25 years. I guess it's considered a hate crime. She's white. She's white, chat. Blue eyes and everything. I didn't know they still made those in fucking Brazil. Wow. And that's the transgender. That's the transgender. Oh my God, bro. What the fuck? What the fuck? That is insane. That is like actually fucking disgusting. Okay. Yanai is a text in there. The Ella editor also accused Seppa of filing a false sexual assault report against a black man in an attempt to also paint her as a racist. Something that has just never happened. I have never reported a black man for anything at all. Wow. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with Brazil? You would expect in a country like Brazil, that's just like a gigantic shithole with no redeeming qualities whatsoever, that it would be like a chill shithole like Ukraine. You know what I mean? Before the war, Ukraine was a really chill shithole. Nobody gave you any shit. People were amused if you were American. I didn't hear any news about people being strung up for misgendering or whatever the fuck. Why is Brazil like a violent, disgusting shithole? Brazil was base before then. What happened? Guam is a chill shithole. That's a take I've never heard before. I forget Guam exists. They are all brown. Communism. 30-something% black. Brazil caught AIDS. Shout out to my Neezy Benzo. BBLs happened? Brazil has always been shit. Well, it's definitely cruel and inhumane punishment to send somebody to Brazil. But being in Brazil is not in and of itself cruel and inhumane punishment, I guess. Unless you're facing violent misgendering charges. Okay. Cool. That's nice news. I'm happy. This situation is developing as I would please. We just have to nuke Brazil, I think, is the actual solution here. That is pretty, I mean, good for her. I'm glad. You want to take in a refugee? That sounds like a fucking refugee to me. You guys, everybody has seen this already, but I gotta cover it. You know how I am. So imagine this. You are in Florida, already off to a bad start. Danger lurks behind every corner. You never know which second might be your last. You make it into the hotel room, and you think, or to the hotel lobby, awaiting to check in. You think you're safe. You're on the premises of a nice, upscale, middle economy tier hotel. So this should be good. They should have security. They should have bright lights. They should have everything you need to feel safe and secure. You look around and you look for the front desk so that you can check in and get your key. And you notice something. There is no front desk. But then you see it. You see the check-in screen. And there is an Indian man on the screen in India who is going to check you in remotely from a monitor. And you gasp with horror and you realize that you are actually dead and you're in hell. And you look around and suddenly that hotel room is not a hotel, or a hotel lobby is not a hotel lobby. It is in fact the fiery brimstone of hell, and you are burning forever. That is the situation that some guests have found themselves in Miami as they realized that their check-in agent was in fact an Indian, which has led people to wonder why they can't just hire an American. I mean, it's fucking Miami. It's not like there's a deficit of human waste in Miami. You can't find somebody that can work that job. No, maybe it's an issue where they can't find somebody to work that job that won't steal, because it is Miami. I'm gonna say this, by the way. Shamefully, despite being a skinny queen, well on his way to his ideal self, I occasionally imbibe the fast food. I budget it in. I literally pull up the fucking menus and I figure out what I want, what I have budgeted, and how much I can eat. And sometimes, what I want is a burrito. In particular, they had these cantina burritos at Taco Bell that were 500 calories, which is absolutely perfect for one of my off days. So I would go to Taco Bell and I would get a spicy cantina chicken burrito that is precisely 500 calories, and I would eat it, and it was good. And then they got rid of it. They got rid of the spicy one, and I have to get the regular one, and the regular one isn't as fucking good as the spicy one is, so I don't know what the fuck is wrong with them. I want my spicy chicken cantina burrito, god fucking damn it. And go ahead and cry about it. God fucking damn it. God fuck you, Taco Bell. Get rid of my fucking burrito, motherfuckers. But in my trips to Taco Bell, I have realized that they have replaced the front desk with a checkout screen. You have no choice now. It's not like McDonald's or other establishments where you have the option to use the screen. You have to use the screen. Taco Bell is like completely obliterated its front desk. So you just have to use the computers now. And I despise it. I despise it because here's the thing. They don't take cash, right? So this is true. If you want to pay cash at one of these terminals, you have to select cash, get a receipt, go to the front counter and stand there slack-jawed, dead-eyed at the people until they realize that you're one of these fucking idiots paying cash still. Because I don't support the card industry, so I pay cash when I can. So I have to stand there with a fucking receipt in my hand until someone goes and actually rings me up and does my cash, which they could have done in the first fucking place if they had somebody that actually takes cash. But instead they have a fucking voucher, and then they have to do it anyways. Why? I remind you again of the story that Vinny regaled me with. In China, they force compliance through inconvenience. They want people to go to the and this is almost a direct comparison. They want people to go to the automated tellers to get train tickets. So if you go to the automated teller and you use your WePay app, you check in and check out and get your ticket in seconds. If you decide that you want to pay in cash, which is basically obsolete in China at this point, they almost always just use WePay, you go to the front desk. And the front desk requires your ID. There is no distinction whatsoever in the services of the automated terminal and the front desk, but the front desk requires you to either show a passport or a state ID to get a ticket. Why? Because that extra inconvenience naturally guides the human cattle to the automated machines. And that's what they're doing. They want to get you on machines, not just because they want to force you to stop using cash, not just because they want you to stop using registers, but because they have proven scientifically that if you waddle your fat ass up to the front desk and you have in your mind, I'm going to get a spicy cantina chicken burrito because it is exactly in my calorie budget. You get up there and you're going to order exactly that because nobody can judge you for being a fat ass if you're just getting a burrito. But if you're at the terminal, it says, hey, buddy, I see you're just getting a little burrito there. How about some cream cheese churros? How about some cream cheese churros? How about a Doritos Locos? You look like you could use a couple of those, buddy. They're only $2 each. You want the Doritos Locos? And then if you're standing there and it's just you and God and the uncaring, unthinking machine, you might just end up getting more than you anticipated. And they know this, and they try to get you to go to this machine so that you in the confessional booth of you and the machine, you will order more than you anticipated ordering. And they have proven scientifically, which is why they're trying so hard to get people to use those fucking machines or use their fucking apps so that when you're too fucking fat to get out of your car and you don't want to tell the person what your order is because it's like, oh, dude, they're going to see that there's only one person in the car, and if I get 2 burritos, they'll be like, oh my God, this fat fuck's eating. I've worked fast food, by the way. Nobody gives a fuck. In case you're one of these people, nobody gives a fuck about your order. If you order 8 goddamn large Cokes and 8 double doubles, nobody gives a shit. They're just like, hey, we have a large order. And then they do it. Nobody's thinking like, oh, that fat ass is going to drink all 8 large Cokes himself. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. They get paid $9 an hour. Nobody gives a fuck. Okay? So, anyways, the app. They want you to use the app too, because it's the same thing. It's just you and your phone and God judging you for how much you're eating. And this is also, by the way, why credit cards took off to begin with. Since I'm going to talk about credit cards in a second anyways. That's the next thing I want to talk about. Matter of fact, I'll just skip over to that. The reason why credit cards even took off to begin with is that they scientifically proved that consumer spending is higher when you don't count cash. If you walk into a store with $20 back in the 90s and you're like, I have $20 and that's my budget for groceries this week, you will spend $20 because you can't spend $21 when you have $20. So you might get to the shelf and you might be like, well, I have $1 left, and then I have the choice of the 95-cent option or the $1.50 option. You're never going to spend $1.50 because your budget doesn't allow it. And that's how cash worked. But then they introduced credit cards. They introduced a direct link to your bank account. And then now you have no reason. If you want the $1.50 option instead of the 95-cent option, you're going to buy the upsized option. And this was beneficial to every consumer store in the entire world to have people that just mindlessly consumed whatever the fuck they saw. And it's been so long since we've had cash, people don't even know that the number one way to manage your budget is to stop using credit cards altogether, because when you have cash in hand and you have a fixed amount of cash and you have a budget for what you're doing, you're going to consider how much you're spending. Whereas if you're using a debit or a credit card, you're just not going to do that. And they've proven that. So that's how credit cards even took off to begin with. And now we're using the app for the exact same purpose. You're using your credit card on the app, spending tons of money you don't need on shit you don't fucking need, so that you eat more and buy more all the time, and it's beneficial to everybody except you. You get raped. So that's it. Oh, by the way, I saw a thing recently, a study that people making over $300,000, I think it was, people making like 60 something % of people making more than $300,000 a year struggle with credit card debt. They say that their debt is too high for their income. So even people who have immense amounts of money coming in just spend more, and they're in fucking credit card debt to the point where $300,000 a year is not enough to manage their debt. That's how bad consumer spending is. That's how bad the consumer. And the thing is, the government would never do anything to fix any of this because all of that wasteful spending is tied directly into GDP and market velocity, the number one and number two things for measuring the health of the economy. And that means green line go up. If 20-year-olds are $50,000 in debt, up to their eyeball, can't make ends meet, suffering, crying, binge drinking. You know what binge drinking is? Market velocity. You know what therapy is? Market velocity. You know what debt interest payments are? Market velocity. That's GDP, motherfucker. That's what they see it as. So this is Gelbooru. Gelbooru is a porn site, and I have been reached out to by two different porn entities, including Gelbooru, in regards to the payment processing debacle, which continues to escalate, chat. It continues to escalate. Gelbooru's theory is that the person behind deplatforming, in particular with porn sites, is the head of the Consumer Finance Financial Protection Bureau, the CFPB. He's actually, I think, he's both. He's the director of the White House's Office of Management and Budget, and then also the acting director of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which is, I think, on its way out. I think that his job was to dismember it. So his capacity there in the CFPB is lesser than his role as the director of the Office of Management and Budget. And the interesting thing with him is that he was also an author of Project 2025, and his stance on pornography is very well known. I will let this clip that he linked explain itself, and then I'll give my hot take. You ready? So the guy on the right that's speaking, that is, what was the name? Russ Vought. Russ Vought.
When I talk about 50-year issues that we've lost because we didn't have the right framing, that's one of them. And you know, our view is we've got to have a culture that values babies and the life that's created and is focused on the birth rates and makes them a positive good as opposed to a burden. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, we're always looking for what's the immediate fight leverage point that we can win and win a debate that allows us the next fight to get more of the win than we could have. For instance, right now we came up with an idea on pornography to make it so that the porn companies bear the liability for the underage use as opposed to the person who visits the website getting to just certify that I'm 18. And we've got a number of states that are passing this, and you know what happens is the porn company then says, we're not going to do business in your state, which of course is entirely what we were after, right? So we're doing it from the back door. We're starting with the kids, and then like we'd have a national ban on pornography if we could, right? So like we would have, you know, the porn companies being investigated for all manner of human rights abuses. So that's how we approach a problem, and life is no different. We're looking for, you know, if we lose elections on this, then we don't have the ability to save babies. We don't have the ability to save life.
So that's the bad guy.
So it's not just Pornhub.
Oh, that's the lady that's really anti-porn. I think that's the lady who, Layla Mickelwait. I think she's the woman that's been suing Pornhub and has been dismembering Pornhub. She really, really hates Pornhub because they host a ton of child pornography and revenge pornography, and they actively know about it and profit off it. And she has proven that in court. So that lady, don't fuck with her. She holds a grudge. Anyways, I want to talk about this guy, Russ Vought. So that was the clip that was used and has been sent to me twice now. by different sites to try and indicate to me that this guy is the problem. I take issue with this. I listened through this clip, and he says absolutely nothing about using payment processors to backdoor the issue. He talks about using the kids to get minor protection acts, which is happening. The ID verification for porn sites is a state-by-state issue happening right now where certain sites are requiring it. So it's definitely not a, how do I say it? It's definitely not, if you want to go through payment processors, that doesn't seem to be happening. Though they would argue that the recent crackdowns might also be coming from his end, kind of like a pincer to hit him from both sides, both the legal side and the financial side. I remind you that MasterCard and Visa fought very hard to keep Pornhub monetized. So I am inclined to, and it still is, and I have a feeling, my hunch is that if the payment processors were really being goaded by Vault to deplatform porn sites, they would start with the most ubiquitous ones like Pornhub. They wouldn't start with Gelbooru or Steam or the Patreon thing that has Lolicon on it in Japan. I have a feeling that would not be what's on a 70-year-old man's mind when he starts going after porn companies. So I'm not convinced on that. I also don't necessarily believe that he has the capacity in his role to provide the regulatory oversight over the card networks to make that push happen. He's not in the DOJ. He's not in the OCC. He's in consumer protection, which basically only oversees mortgages, as far as I'm aware. And then the House Budget Committee or not the House Budget Committee, but the White House's Office of Budgetary Management. I don't think that has any control over payment networks. I think that's like the internal budget management of the White House. So I'm really not sold on that theory. I believe that this is still the card networks acting independently, and they're going after certain sites more than others. In particular, anything that's politically charged, which I'll get to something in a second. But I just want to say I'm not convinced that this guy is the devil pulling the strings, and my thought with that is that he hasn't been around for too long, and the card networks have always been bad. I've always been debanked. It's been for 10 years. It was through Obama, it was through Trump, it was through Biden, and it's through Trump again. I still do not have reliable access to a payment processor. By the way, I've had a productive conversation, and the check processing thing is back in motion. So it's when I say, look, I know it feels like I don't get too much done because it takes a long time for things to happen, but I promise you I'm getting stuff done. In particular, I have an enormous piece of hardware behind me, and it's a part of my 10,000 year plan. If you're on the locals at maththeinternet.locals.com, I am going to be putting something together very soon, and I almost have all the pieces to my puzzle, and I will let you see it. My cool little project, chat. I'm reinvesting into my setup so I can accomplish more, chat. Okay, so this is Russ. I already played that. That was the conspiracy in regards to him. Asmongold has mentioned the Kiwi farms yet again, in particular in regards to a tweet that I'll read in a second. How, like I said, I think he's like slowly testing to see if he can get away with talking about us, because it's like he mentioned me, and then he read one of my tweets, and then he read a Kiwi Farms tweet, and it's like, okay, have I gotten any pushback from Twitch yet from my own audience? Look, buddy, just bring me on, put me in the game. I'll lay it all out. I'm normal. I can talk normal for periods of up to an hour at a time. Okay, I can promise you 1 hour of highly medicated conversation. Outside of that, no guarantees. But he keeps hinting, and he needs to just do it, bro. Just pull the trigger, bro. He follows me on Twitter, bro. Just do it. Anytime, just let me know. Except Fridays, I'm busy on Fridays. I'm eating pizza or I'm streaming. So Asmongold has been talking about MasterCard, and in particular, MasterCard was forced to address concerns after the pushback. In particular, MasterCard says, we only obey the law, which has caused Valve to come out and tell people that in a very rare move for Valve, Valve came out and actually directly discussed things. Valve almost never issues press statements, so this was an incredible feat for them to come out and actually talk about MasterCard. They must be really pissed off. They say, in response to Kotaku, Valve says that while MasterCard did not communicate with them directly, concerns did come through payment processors and banking intermediaries. They said payment processors rejected Valve's current guidelines for moderating illegal content on Steam, directly citing MasterCard's Rule 5.12.7, which just goes to show you that there are 5 sections, at least 12 paragraph in section 5, and then lines 7. So that's how, to give you an idea of how grand the scope is. And that's just MasterCard. Like, who knows what Visa card says? Who knows what American Express says? Who knows what Discover says? Who knows what the acquiring banks say? They all have their own terms of services, their own fucking rules, their own litmus test, their own application of those rules. It's all fucking bullshit. And you have to somehow comply with all of them. And if you're not Valve, if you fuck up at all or they get pissy, they just cut you off and there's no appeals and you don't get to know why. So you can try to reapply through a different processor, but there's no guarantee you're going to go to a different underwriting bank. There's no guarantee that MasterCard's not going to get pissy again. You'll never know if it was MasterCard or the acquiring bank or just the processor themselves. All opaque, all by design to be as confusing as possible and as miserable as possible to demoralize you and force you to stop doing whatever you're doing. So in regards to that, I actually made a Zeet on the Kiwi Farms account. Pull that up. I said Kotaku has received a response from Valve confirming the payment processors and acquiring banks cited MasterCard card network rules as a justification for banning adult games. I showed the USIPS article and I posted a screenshot. And surprise, it's actually got 1.5 million views and 6,000 likes, which was very emboldening. In particular, because one of the people who responded to this was this guy, a Japanese man who says anti-censorship in his username. And he translated says, important post, Steam's censorship is said to be the result of approaches from payment processors and banks to Valve, the operator, and the reason they cited was MasterCard's card network rules. Well, who is Z Kurishi? Is he also a porn site owner? What is he? No, he is a... Oh, I can't translate it. He is a parliamentarian that currently sits in the assembly in Tokyo. So he is basically a Japanese congressman in Japan. Now listen, it's a long shot. I will fly to fucking Tokyo and explain to the Parliament of Japan the issue with the card networks. If I can't get Asmongold, I will settle for this. I will settle for going to Japan. Me, the one-man apocalypse himself, okay? And if they invite me, if I get a nice little purple envelope from the Parliament of Japan, you can down... And you know what? I won't be the fattest, dumpiest looking white guy in Japan. I guarantee you... What's the name? There's like this really famous street in Tokyo that has like all the computer shit in it, and it's in that Flash animation about a troll. What is it? It's like Akihabara. Exactly. Compare me to the white guys in Akihabara. I'll be looking good. I'll be looking like a stud. I'll be a good representation of the American. Once in a lifetime, Japanese people will see a good, pleasant representation of Americans, white Americans. I'm dead serious though. If that's what's required to take down the card networks, I'm fucking there. I will go to Japan if I have to. And finally, one other shill, Carl Benjamin retweeted Nick fucking Fuentes griping about being debanked and says, whether you like him or not, he has admitted that in a modern economy, access to a bank account must approach something like a human right. Bro, Nick Fuentes is a fucking gay retard, okay? Don't talk to him. Talk to me. I will be on Lotus Eaters if I have to. I will don the suit and talk to Don Sargon if I need to, okay? I can be tame, civilized, even in the presence of the Angloids when it comes to this most precarious of issue, this most urgent and pressing of concerns. Even the English can be tolerated, chat. Even the English. All allies are welcome allies in this fight against financial tyranny, chat. As it is. Josh will talk to the English. That's right. I will. Buy a suit, Josh. No, not yet. I'm getting there. I'm getting close to considering a suit territory, but I'm not there yet. Not quite. So that is the update on the payment processor thing. More people noticing all I'm saying here. Okay. Okay, here comes the VTuber Seethe episode. Now, I want to, real quick, before... Oh, shit. I clicked the thing, and now my audio is going to be crackly for a minute. All right, before I do this, though, I have to show you guys something in regards to VTuber. 1 hour before this episode went live, this guy called Ken Ashcorp published this video. And I want to listen to at least a minute of you with you guys. It's called Pippa the Ripper by Ken Ashcorp. I have listened to all of this guy's songs, and if you don't know, he's the guy that sang. Oh God, can I find this on YouTube real quick? Andrew Dobson tracing song. One of my favorite locale media. Oh yeah, of all times. This guy.
Andrew Dobson, professional artist, traces pictures of Big Ben, goes to sell them at conventions. 5 minutes in Photoshop. I hope you die on your way to MCM. On your way to MCM.
I love this. Honestly, it's one of my... Go away! One of my favorite... What is it? Insist on auto... I can't even turn it the fuck off. Fuck you. One of my favorite medias related to locale ever. Back in the day, Ken Ashcorp or Andrew Dobson used to be a really big locale, but then he vanished from the face of the fucking planet out of humiliation and shame. He tried to return recently and sucked, I think, or it was just like a troll. I'm not sure what happened. He was like, every board on 4chan back in the day had its own locale, and Andrew Dobson was the locale of the like art and drawing board. I don't know. There's a board for like comics and art and shit, and he was the pet locale of that board. And then V's pet locale was Christian, and Pole's was Ben Garrison. They each had their own. And Ken Ashcorp made that's it. Made fun of Andrew Dobson. So Ken Ashcorp got his start. I love this. He's like at iDubbbz. He's like one of those people that got their start in internet drama, gathered a following in internet drama, and then he tried to go straight, and now he's like forever lamenting and suffering under the baggage of once being a sector tard, basically, once being a locale person. He's made a couple of good songs that I actually like, but he became a tranny at some point. His character of the panda thing, it's a female panda, and when he first started doing the female panda avatar thing, it was like he has a fucked up retard face. I forget the name of it. He says he has like a paralyzed fucked up retard face. So he's like, guys, I want to be a cute panda because in real life, I got like a fucked up gimpy retard face. It might even be like what Mobius syndrome. I'm not even sure. I've never seen his face, but he says he has a fucked up gimpy retard face. So he's got that issue. He's like, I just want to be a cute panda. And it's like, okay, I guess. And then as the tranny stuff came out, he like really leaned into it. And now he's just like a coon-brained retard. And surprise, he loves VTubers. So I'm gonna be talking about music locales this stream. So you know what? Let me show you how it's done. I'm gonna do a music review. You ready, chat? Oh my god! Already, I don't fucking like it. It's like it's already so obnoxious.
Aw, yeah. Here's your superstar tonight.
That's bad. That's bad. And he knows how to sing. Why is that so bad? He knows how to sing. That's really bad.
Here's your superstar tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, you know who this is. It is your one and only Peepa in the house.
Why is it so
You know
bad?
how it's going to go down with me. I'm about to tell you, so listen good.
Here I come, a mega idol. All eyes on me, no eyes on you. You think
It's so
I'm
bad.
silly? I'm here to save the world. I'm gonna fight till the end. I am the superstar inside the screen so fly. I am the one that you desire day and night. I am the superstar inside the screen so fly. I am the only one, yeah, the Ripper. I was a kid who dreamed to become.
It's cringe too. It's got like that's what the mask is. It's got like that kind of like cringe fucking restraint. Like when someone sings and it sounds really bad, often what it is, especially if they're not like a professional singer, is that they're restraining themselves. They don't want to like put their heart into the music or into their acting, so they are like they're like really restrained, and that awkwardness ends up being way more embarrassing because obviously don't give a fuck. And he's super restraining himself, and he's not actually like singing. It's like, why even put this out if you don't want to sing?
Awesome in this world, but fate really sucked. I had to give up. That's how I lost my way.
The lyrics sound like they're written in Japanese or like another language and translated to English, and he's just singing them and trying to make it fit into a flow that has like a different syllable count. It's actually really, I'm not even trying to just be a dickhead because I know it's a fucking Pippa Pipkins thing, but it's like,
hey there.
Why does he have a female?
Hey there.
Why does he have a female? What?
Corpse YouTube channel.
Who the fuck is
All
this?
of the music you'll find here is made independently by Ken.
Who the fuck are you? Do your own fucking channel intro, you lazy cocksucker. What the fuck is this?
All of his work is inspired by video games, anime, and cartoons.
Oh my god. Bro, what happened to you? What the fuck? Dude, his last song was 3 years ago, and it was also a Pippa Pipkins song. And then before that was I'm Your Slave, Dare You to Love Me? Bro, you see what I mean? Like back in the day, he had like real songs, and then as over time they became like more creepy and weird and like overtly sexual. Now he's just like completely lost all of his motivation to do any music whatsoever. He just sits there and goons the fucking Pippa Pipkin streams and doesn't do anything anymore. In the Zone? Oh my god, bro. I think Supernatural is a good song. Oh yeah, the 20% Cooler song. Then he won like a contest. A song for Nanner's birthday?
You shit, I'm sorry for what? I got to thinking that you're kind of preacher, baby, daddy knows best. Now give it to me with dad flashes.
Oh my god.
She makes me smile, stay for a while, get in the TV, they say that she's a slut, and then she's got a flat butt, but that's just far too much for me. When you hear that voice online, you're thinking, damn, she's fine, can only be one girl, it's fucking Yannis, take it or leave it, whether you believe it, that's a real voice, baby, drives you crazy, she's a lady, not good with a voice changer. When you hear that voice online, and you be told that line, if you said that's what bitch was, it's fucking Yannis, take it or leave it, whether you believe it, I would die to have that voice, and if I could, then I would fucking be there.
What? What?
Or leave it, whether you believe it, I would die to have that voice, and if I could, then I would fucking be there.
I would die to have that voice. Bro. This is some dark shit, man. I've been aware of this guy for literally the entire duration of his channel, and I don't know how the fuck I forgot about this, or how the fuck if this was like unlisted at some point. I do not remember this. It's so it's so crazy because like even in this song you can hear that he knows how to sing better than this. Oh my god, I can't. I'm fucking fucked up over that. I feel bad because he's talented, and like that's crazy. I'm actually kind of sad about that. Such his life, chat. I am shook. I'm shook, man. It's like a curse. It's like everything I've ever enjoyed. I remember literally 13 years ago. That predates the Kiwi Farms. 14 years ago. Like this song by PvP by BlizzCon. This is the first thing I remember hearing. 2011. That predates the Kiwi Farms. I remember listening to this when I talked to people from Blockland still. And that's how long I've been aware of him. And now I look at his profile and he's singing about flat chest and he's forgotten how to sing at all. And 2 of his last 3 songs in the last 3 years are about Pippa Pipkins. And he was singing about Neanders was like an 8chan lolly thing, like before she became a VTuber, and now she's disavowed all that, but he has like weird lolicon music and shit. It's like I'm unhappy about this. Is there anything that I can play to like make myself feel better, chat?
Wann überwinden wir das Kali-Yuga-Zeitalter des Niedergangs? Dann sehen wir Licht, Satyra-Yuga, die Schreckensherrschaft, sie zerbricht. Wann überwinden wir das Kali-Yuga-Zeitalter des Niedergangs? Dann sehen wir Licht, Satyra-Yuga, die Schreckensherrschaft, sie zerbricht. Wann überwinden.
Sorry. I like it. I don't know. Something about saying that like gave me like cold chills. My blood got icy. My muscles are like all cramped up. Like, oh my God, what the fuck? Reset, chat. Mental reset. Here, you know what? I'll show you something out of place. Someone on the Kiwi Farms made this for me, and it's really cool. I'll throw it up on the screen real quick and show my appreciation. Diggy Bones posted this in the Art for Null thread. He actually has. Oh my God, he made like a. That's very funny. It's a slobber Discord with an Applejack Dakimaku. That's very funny. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to show this one. Look at this. This is high quality. This is some quality fan art. It's the slobber mutt, fangs bared, not as a Discord with a Daki. Okay, fangs bared with the Constitution in paw on the Freedom banner here, and the Kiwi birds are using tactical backpack wings so they can fly. Okay. And then, as you can see, rabid for freedom. It's like in slobber text. Excellent. That's going to be in the thumbnail, I think. Very nice job. Thank you, Diggy Bones. Okay, I feel better. Next, talk about this troon. So this troon, I don't know anything about him, but I'm going to put a spotlight on this because this post is very funny. Sorry, Kick Chat. You're suffering. Blame Rumble Studio. Don't blame me. I didn't touch anything. This troon called Ang Vandra has skeeted on Blue Sky about finding their Twitter or their Kiwi Farms thread. And let's see what their very mentally well-established response to people talking on the internet is. They say, found out I have a Kiwi Farms thread because some sociopaths decided they can't leave me alone after trying everything where I was dragged into the limelight against my will. And that's cool that the little detective sleuths think they got all these inner details on me, but their thread is full of malicious lies. I've seen people on 4chan talk about correctional raping me. I don't really care anymore. I bashed my head so fucking hard I'm having seizures and difficulty coordinating my body and processing information and can barely walk. And I'm going to keep doing it until my brain stops functioning and I can sleep forever. Sleep Forever is a very, very good song by Portugal the Man. I've never played it for an outro song because it is 6 minutes long. But if you ever need a catharsis song, chat, Portugal the Man's Sleep Forever is one of the best catharsis songs ever made. I am deeply ashamed that I am still alive because my survival is nothing but a testament to being a grifter and liar and faking for attention, when all I've wanted was just attention for a small audience enjoying my art, not this shit. If I'm not dead, I'm really sorry reality isn't killing me fast enough. I've totaled myself enough I can barely draw because of the TBIs from self-harm toe. Make this misery stop and make my brain stop remembering this is all I'm allowed to know myself as. I really, really hope I die this time because no human is equipped, spelled wrong, to stay sane under group stalking / harassment or abuse that took my entire physical support network from me. Despite how many people seem to speak about me in passing, I have no actual close friends or support network to even have housing next month. I hope I die. I hope this is it. I hope I can bash my head more and then no longer have to feel ashamed for still being alive because I make myself look like a grifter by not being dead already. I hope it works this time. I pray it does. I pray this is the end. None of their skeets got any likes. Actually, it did get 9 favorites, the first one, but nobody liked the sub one. So, yeah, that's not mentally well-adjusted behavior. So I don't know why you would post that to the internet. Anyways, so they probably shouldn't do that. Is my point. They you don't have to bash your head against the wall because people are making fun of you on the internet. This is why they have padded cells, by the way, because it's like, I guess you'll do this if you're crazy enough. Oh, someone replied, please don't give up. There are many people out there who do care about you despite all the no-life losers and assholes who spew all of their lies and BS. I just found out about the site Gelbooru. On its banner, just asked its users as many as possible to reach out and help you. What the fuck is Gelbooru? Like Aqua Teen Hunger Force? No, that has an H in it. Gelbooru. Allthefallen.mo. Oh! I'm not clicking that. Okay, so... Oh, is this guy like a lolicon artist? Is that why he has a ATF page? This person needs positive, uplifting messages. Shotacon artist. Former Cartoon Network employee. What the fuck? Alien abductee? Dude, this... Oh my god. Is this a man or a woman? It looks so much like Sadako from like Dead by Daylight in The Ring. Like the creepy eye with like the super bags. I think he is probably trying to go for like that greasy girl from Watamote, you know? Because she has like the one eye that's like really bag, but he ends up looking more like Sadako with like, it looks like you've been drowned to death in a well. This is good. You know what I mean? Looks like Cosmo too. So, is this a tranny? What is this? Little brothers deserve to be groomed by their older sisters. All I want is for little boys to be groomed by older women. Aang Vandra, the most infamous female. That's a real woman? No. She insists she's not a pedophile. The word pedophile makes her cringe. She's not interested in having sex with... So she is an adult woman who draws straight shotta with adult women having sex with little boys. And she copes with this being public knowledge, despite the fact that she made it public knowledge herself, by bashing her head into the wall and skeeting about it. Okay. Wow. She has dissociative identity disorder. Oh my god. Hold up. So this is her. She apparently has a dove. I'm going to bet you fucking money that she has white doves as pets because there's that anime like visual novel game. I forget. I don't know anything about it. I just know there were like 3 or 4 different users on the Kiwi farms who have white doves as their avatar because of this thing. So she has white doves in a cage, and I've never seen this before, but apparently she switches between her altars in this. So I'm gonna watch it because I'm curious now.
Okay, let's see.
Hot tofu boyfriend. That sounds correct.
Because I was kind of curious about like, oh god, I don't like looking at my face and it's like staring.
I don't
at me
either,
in this
lady.
Camera, but I was saying I'm recording this video because I was wondering how it might look on camera when we switch, I guess, because I don't think that's really a thing that we've done much of. And since the system that I'm part of has a lot more control, I thought maybe we could do that. So, this is Dove speaking. Generally, I'm kind of like this. I don't really...
I was like, why is she doing like a funny voice? She's speaking in like a vocal fry. Like, why are you talking like this, lady? And now I realize, oh, it's Doug. It's not lady. It's not Ang Vandra. This is Doug fronting right now. Okay.
Feel emotions much. I'm kind of a blocker, so...
So I bet you when she switches, she's going to stop doing the vocal fry.
Whenever we like feel things, I kind of dilute it all, but...
I'm trying to raise the volume for you
yeah,
guys.
and I also like kind of just hang out, I guess, and
I just kind of like hang out.
Yeah.
And go. I'm like a dude. I'm like a little dude, you know, like a little dude. You know, I just like to hang out and stuff, you know, like dude stuff, like grab my crotch and like play a Hexbox, you know, like just dude stuff.
those are birds in the background.
I'm a real man. Being a real man is just like hanging out and like not doing much and like playing Xbox.
Yeah, I'm gonna, let's see, who should we do? Let's see, see if Owl or Pigeon wants to come out.
Owl or pigeon? Those doves are like in shock and horror. They're like, what the fuck? It's like she's conjuring the spirits or something. Like, is there? I see an owl. Is there an owl with us? Owl? Maybe another kind of bird. Another kind of bird. Pigeon. A pigeon. Is there a pigeon here with us today?
Well, okay. Hey. So, my name's Pigeon, and I'm like...
Oh, you know how like birds are like, they like look around real quick and they're kind of like hyper alert and like vigilant. So this is like the peppy one. Like, look, I smile and I laugh because I'm Pigeon now.
One that usually kind of hangs out and like does all the blogging on Tumblr and stuff like that. So I'm a lot chattier in text than I am in person, actually. So it's
you
kind
can't
of hard
fix
for me
her.
to talk, but
you can't fix her, bro.
I really, I really like South Park. I guess it's really dumb to like admit that, but I'm like super hardcore into it. So like, it's like really cool and stuff, and I'll like kind of analyze the characters and I'm getting stage fright. I'm sorry. I don't like really know what to do when there's like a camera on me. So. I'm gonna see if Owl wants to take over instead.
Her face is actually blushing. That's good acting, chat. That's good acting. Do you think that okay, press 1 in chat if you think that Pigeon was actually fronting and Pigeon as a persona, it actually gets camera fright. Press 2 if you think she's blushing because she's actually embarrassed about what fucking gay shit she's doing on the camera. Is there an owl? Hoot! Hoot, hoot! Is there an owl here? So this persona's character is droopy-eyed and slow. It's totally for real. This is a real thing, guys. It actually, it's not just this person doing characters with like extreme versions of certain personalities. It's definitely real.
Hey, My name is Raven. Oh my god, my hair is fucking pink. Christ. See, internally,
She does the
I
hair
have
swish. She swishes her bangs out of her face because she's the emo girl now.
hair. So seeing it like this is really, really weird. I don't really like do much because I just kind of hang out with Owl in the headspace, and I'm not really used to fronting, so I don't really know what to do when I'm out. But I kind of like.
Yeah, her voices are just like different levels of extreme vocal fry.
I think.
Not that I wanted to talk.
I think like the reason why
I'm hooked. We're watching 10 minutes of this, just so you know.
they have a lot of energy, and the body's kind of tired right now, so it'd be kind of good.
She's an
No, I really want to come out. Hi.
Ooh. Oh, that's bad.
I'm Owl, and
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Ooh.
Like I'm like 12 years old or something, but I really like listen to like vocaloid music, and I kind of like drawing in like anime style and stuff, and I really like See's candy. It's like so good. I would eat it all the time with my family back when I was like living in like my hometown and.
Bro, this is one of the most profoundly cringe things I've ever seen, and I cannot fucking believe it's not like a viral video. Like, you know, like the Sonic kid. I can't believe I forgot his name. Sammy, classic Sonic fan, doing the "you freaking fricks" like that. Like, how is this not like a viral video? I guess because it's too long.
Stuff, and sometimes like the other alters will like buy it for me, and it's really good, and I have like a lot of energy, and like I can kind of like age slide, so right now I'm acting a little bit younger because that's just kind of how I am, but I kind of like man, it's so weird like seeing my face because it's like, whoa, I look so much older than I actually am, and it's like crazy, and like it's really cool, and I love my hair. It is so pink. Oh my gosh. Yeah, and I'm just kind of like rambling right now, and I really like the birds that we have too. They're like really cute, and I like talk a lot, and like oh man, I sound like so ridiculous right now, don't I? Okay, I'm gonna give the no, we should go see if Ange wants to come out too, because Ange doesn't front very much. Okay, hang on, I'm gonna go ask Ange if they want to say hi too. Okay,
back into the box, Owl. We'll let you out when we need you. Back into the darkness you go.
What the fuck? Hi, I'm Ange, and I have depression. Is that how you want to put it? I used to be the host once upon a time, but I don't really.
I used to be the host. Oh yeah.
Use the body much anymore.
Oh yeah. I guess I've been calling him Ong the Ong the entire time, but like, I guess Ong is in the box most of the time.
Life sucks or some shit like that, so I mostly just like sleep all the time, and yeah. A lot of stuff's happened, so.
I just wanna sleep forever.
It kind of sucks because I don't really. Since I split, I don't really remember a lot of my experiences and stuff, so.
I don't care. Do something silly.
So. Just.
Go back to being a pigeon.
Everyone kind of wanted us to. My system. We also have Dixolio, who's kind of like an animal.
Dix Audio?
My system. We
For
also
Harambe?
have Dixolio, who's kind
Is he a
of
gorilla?
like an animal.
Is he a gorilla animal?
Sorry, it's hard to talk because other parts keep trying to push forward to say things, but I'm trying to like not do that because I'm trying to stay in control. Do you guys mind? So they're the one that. So, Yeah, so like that's basically our system. I am the one that people talk to the most, and the one that like.
Oh, part of the character is jigging your leg too. Okay, I got you. Okay, I'm done with you, Ong. Okay. I read this post. I can't remember how I got started. I read this post because she said she was bashing her head into a fucking wall because people are making fun of her in there. Listen, lady, I'm gonna give you a look. I made fun of you for being cringe and weird. I'm gonna assist you now. Okay, I'm gonna give you some real fucking life advice. Change your name. Stop drawing little boys getting fucked. Stop calling yourself a Shotacon. Stop doing whatever the fuck this thing is. And change your name. And also unfuck your head. I mean your hair. Your head is permanently fucked. There's no unfucking that. But your hair can actually go back to a normal unfucked color. I hope this helps. Find Jesus. Yeah, thank you, chat. Good idea. Good suggestion. Get exercise. Apparently you're a collection of demons duct taped together. Then we have a little bit of more VTuber drama. This one is less cringe than the Ken Ashcorp thing. This is our boy, Asahilina, aka Hector Martin, aka the person who took Bew's suicide note and tried to pin it on us and failed to take us down as a consequence. He has now retreated into the VTuber sphere as a operating system programmer VTuber who talks in a falsetto, but like I really hungry for taco falsetto. Ay Dios mío, I program. Like that kind of voice. And apparently for 8 hours of fucking time, and people actually watch it. He says, I'm a heck VTuber. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, this is Ase. I'm a VTuber working on Linux development. Over the last 2 years, I have worked on a GPU driver for the Apple Silicon GPUs, and now I'm working on small bits of VTuber-related technology, mainly things I personally need for myself or my own streams. Luna is a stalker child perhaps, who has been harassing me and my acquaintances for over 1.5 years now. Her abuse and manipulation of others forced me to step down from my own passion project and cost me my primary source of income earlier this year. And I did read the original story about this. Luna is triggered by anything I do in public. After a months-long hiatus due to her most recent attacks, I finally had the courage to start streaming again. I've been working on a solution to allow Windows Spout 2 sender apps to work on Linux with Proton, so you can run VTuber Studio and similar apps on Linux and send the video directly to native OBS last image. This has immediately triggered Luna, and now she is crashing out and threatening me with legal and police action for daring to develop anything related to VTuber technology. Luna herself claims to work on VTuber tech, but she has spent the last 2 years rebuilding delaying infrastructure in Node.g logic, which doesn't have anything to do with VTubing directly. Her VTuber tech project, a live 2D alternative called Inochi 2D, has not seen any meaningful development these past 2 years. I do not really know what to do about her attacks anymore. Now I have to lawyer up against her and spend time dealing with this mess instead of working on tech and my channel. I really wish she would just stop, apologize for her abuse, and leave me alone. I'm scared and really tired. Okay, let's hear Luna the Fox Girl's story about this chat. Yes, VTubers are all Windows cells because they it doesn't work on Linux. So Luna Fox emoji, Danish flag emoji says, turn out Lena has decided she'll want to compete with me in the VTuber software space. I can't really let that happen, so I guess I'm just going to detour to actually implement the cross-platform texture sharing tech I was working on, preferably before she tries to use it against me. Really not the kind of stress I needed right now, but Lena encroaching on... So it's Lena and Luna? Lena encroaching on VTubing software is practically an existential threat for me, so I'm left with no choice but to outcompete. The less leverage she has in VTubing software, the better for all of us. I can't imagine her to turn this field into a living nightmare for others. I also want to recommend fellow VTuber devs avoid integrating her solutions. We'll just set you up for her harassing you like she has done to me. Basically, Lena, please stay the fuck away from VTuber tech. We don't need your kind or shit here. We're already few people doing this, and we don't need you collectively burning us all out with your crap. Go work on your stupid karaoke software or something. Just stay out of VTubing tech. I don't really have any options left, so I'm reported her to the police, and I'm in talks with a lawyer. Don't think I'll go as far as to sue her just yet, but at this point I need to know my options. They can't keep going like this, and if I truly have to sue her, I will. I also reported her to various hosting providers and like... Oh, the deplatformer is being deplatformed. Oh no! Oh no, Asahilina Chads, Asahilina sisters, Asahilina sissies. It appears the shoe is on the other foot now. It's like pottery. It rhymes, chat. Oh no, the fucking bullshit story that got us covered in The Wire and kicked off of DreamHost and set us up to get deplatformed off of Cloudflare. Oh no, the guy who keeps a fucking cheap porcelain urn of his dead friend's ashes is being deplatformed now. Oh no, Dios mío, la catastrophe. Okay. And there's another page. I wish it could be over, but any attempts to make it to be over have failed, and it's clear she'll not be stopping until either she gets what she dishes out or she gets me killed. Dun dun dun. And this is Asahilina at lena.youtube or YT. Honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know what the fuck YT is. Dude, YT, can that be used for racist purposes? What is YT? Yucatan? That doesn't make any sense. Ooh, I love domain names. Afrinick? Oh no. Oh, AF Nick, made in France. Is the country code for Mayotte? Mayotte? A French overseas department in the Indian Ocean. What the fuck is Mayotte? It's a tiny, shitty little island off the northwestern coast of Madagascar, and it has YT as a domain. But as it's a part of the French NIC, it cannot be used for fun racist purposes, chat, unfortunately. Okay. Spout 2 Part 2. Last time I managed to get frames out of Windows World, I think, so let's see if I can push them into Pipewire and OBS. Rocket ship stream starts in 30 minutes sparkles. 50 likes. That's pretty good. For a training VTuber that programs. Should I do coding streams? I've considered it. Should I do coding streams, chat? Oh wait, I don't need the hamster. The hamster has been along this entire time, just looking at trannies and laughing with us. But yeah, thank you, hamster. Yes? No? Please no. No. Please do. No. Kill YT. Yes, 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 yes. Meh. As long as it's not Rust, it will be Rust. I apologize. No. I think that what I should do, if I do coding streams, I'll try it like every so often. I'll just do it on Twitch, and I'll make it like super nice, super comfy, unobjectionable, and see if I get banned off of Twitch doing it. It'll be a fun experiment, chat. Or maybe I'll just make a second kick channel or some shit. Only if I use a coding hamster, maybe. We'll see what happens. I'll try. My project is going to enable me to stream more often. Once I have assembled my device. Once the perfect apparatus has been assembled, I will be unstoppable, chat. All right, sucks to be Hector Martin. Looks like his life is a living hell. Looks like he's getting deplatformed by his tranny Danish ex-girlfriend, chat. looks like his life sucks and he can't even manage his own projects without being deplatformed and chased out of communities. Wow. God, dude, it's like a really bad thing. It's this weird thing where it's like a bad thing, but it's happening to a bad person, and so I don't give a fuck. Isn't that weird, chat? Maybe Hector Martin can look at the null internet service provider tier list and find some deplatforming resistant hosts. He can. Hey, how about Buy VM, Hector? Buy VM will take you. Franco's great. Amberlynn Reed. Okay. I have to be super professional and also charismatic for this segment because if it gets clipped, it may get watched by Girl World viewers, and they are extremely particular. There is no more discerning palate than that belonging to an Amberlynn Reed hate watcher. They know everything about her, and if you say anything wrong about her, they'll let you know. There's a video put together by this. Basically, this guy called Mr. Snowflake has eaten my lunch. I did my first streams on really fat chicks, and now this Scottish guy called Mr. Snowflake does all the hate watching videos for Amberlynn, and he does it in like this really, really like professional way where it's kind of hard to explain. Where like his mannerism is like he's taking things super seriously, and it's like, so Amberlynn Reed put out another video. And I watched it, and obviously there were some lies told, and we're going to go over them. And it's like this really dour, like downtrodden way of speaking with like a Scottish accent. And he's like Scottish accent. He's like, but that's not true, is it, Amber? Because not even like 2 years ago, 17 years ago, you once said this, and now you say this. Why do you lie, Amberlynn Reed? And it's like super like playing it serious because it's a super serious thing in Amberlynn Reed's life. And he makes a fuck ton of money doing it, is what I'm trying to say, okay? So here's the deal. Thousands of years ago, when I last spoke about Amberlynn Reed, she had lost her cat in Michigan. Now, she had moved from Kentucky to Oklahoma to be with her mother. There's a backstory there. Her mother is a former drug addict, and she's been clean for a while. Amberlynn and her had an estranged relationship because Amberlynn had a very traumatic childhood where the stepfathers involved in her life sexually molested her. She had a difficult upbringing. She had an strained relationship with her mother as a result of her habits and also her bringing these men over. And then when she got clean, they started slowly patching up their relationship. And after her and Becky broke up, she packed up the U-Haul and moved on over to Oklahoma to be closer to her mother. Now she lived independently in Oklahoma. I think while she was in Oklahoma, she hooked up with another, in case you don't know, she's a lesbian. She's a U-Haul lesbian. She meets people and then instantly moves in with them. She hooked up with this black woman. I cannot even remember her name because she wasn't that interesting. The most interesting thing about her was that she is like someone who works in like an assisted living facility. So she's already knows how to like wipe people's asses. And Amberlynn started calling her wifey, but because this woman worked in like physical therapy already, they started calling her wipey because the assumption was that Amberlynn got with her just so that she could wipe her ass more. Yeah, wipey. There you go. So after her and Wipey broke up, she got with a woman called Tommy. And it's been a very long time since I talked about Tommy, but Tommy is a lesbian from, I think, Michigan, and she's actually famous. She's the only woman that Amberlynn has ever been with that had a YouTube or like sensationalist personality before her. She appeared on a TV show, I don't remember if it was My 600 Pound Life or another fat TV program, but she had been on a show about really fat people because Tommy is a literal actual feeder, and her last girlfriend, I think wife, died from obesity-related health complications, and it almost definitely was a result of the fact that Tommy fed her to death. Literally fed her to death. And then she hooked up with Amberlynn. Now, Tommy's either ex-wife or ex-girlfriend that died from being fat, was like 1,000 pounds. Was like actually death fat. Like super, super death fat. Not Amberlynn death threat. Amberlynn looks fucking skinny next to what Tommy's into. So, shut up, Anime Sucks, Cope and Sneed. Shut up. You know, she's single right now. Make your move, buddy. She says she's bisexual. You could do it. Swiggity swooty on in there. Tell her what a cutie she is and how much you want to feed her, bro. Don't even bother responding to me. Just go fucking write her a message. She's open right now. She's on that rebound. You can do it. I believe in you. If you don't know, if you're listening to this as a clip and you have no idea who I am, Anime Sucks Copenstein is our resident feeder. He is into super morbidly obese dragons, basically. So I'm encouraging him to go out there and score. I think he's even like fit. I want to say he's like posted pictures of himself and he's like fit. So just saying, Amberlynn, you want to get revenge on Tommy, this big fat lesbian. You hook up with my boy Anime Sucks Copenstein. And you're going to have this buff dude, okay? And everyone's going to be like, what the fuck? Whoa. There's going to be endless speculation about, like, what? How did that happen? He must be all fucked in the head. He must be like a feeder. And that speculation would be completely right because he is both fucked in the head and a feeder. But it will be very, very funny. So I'm encouraging this completely. What was I talking about? Okay, so Tommy was super fat, fed to death, hit her ex. She hooks up with Amberlynn. Amberlynn moves to Michigan doesn't move to Michigan, goes there on a trip. While she's there, conspicuously, her cat Rarity, which is her oldest living cat that she still has been around for fucking ages. Been through all of I honestly, I don't think I remember a time where she didn't have Rarity. It's been a long time. Her cat disappears. And the assumption has been that Amberlynn purposefully let her cat loose to give her time to find to stay in Michigan and stay with Tommy so she wouldn't go back to Oklahoma. Because according to both of them now, they were having relationship issues after they started living together. And the belief was that Amberlynn purposefully sabotaged this and let the cat out so she could stay longer. Then when she eventually gave up on Rarity and moved back to Oklahoma, they stayed in a long-distance relationship. But Amberlynn publicly told people that they had broken up and were no longer together. And this was because Tommy was getting a lot of flack for being a death fat feeder fetishist. And she apparently was having difficulty handling this, even though she is a death fat feeder fetishist. And so they decided to pretend to be split up. However, despite the fact that they were actually together, Amberlynn Reed caught Tommy using alt accounts to ridicule her on hater channels. In particular, the comment that stands out the most to me is that Amberlynn, as every American does, claimed that she had Native American indigenous folk blood in her. She was like 1/64th Native or something. And Tommy, on a secret alt account, said that her name, if she was Indian, would be Pocahontas, which is very mean. She left similar negative comments on Reddit and YouTube, making fun of her for, I think she even super chatted somebody to make fun of her, and was doing this while in a relationship with her secretly, and was making these comments, these mean comments on different sock accounts. And then out of the blue, I think because she got tired of Amberlynn and wanted to cut the relationship off, started talking to her arch nemesis, Mr. Snowflake, the previously named, and offered to spill the tea on Amberlynn. And the tea was spilled, and it sent Amberlynn into a actual freak out. The kind that hasn't been seen by Amberlynn Reed in quite a few years. She's been very boring, which is why I haven't been talking about her. And I have to recap so much. Part of the tea spilled was that she said, sorry, it's Wisconsin, not Michigan. I apologize, chat. Oh, they were in Wisconsin. Don't lambast me in the comments, please. So one of the things that Tommy told Mr. Snowflake about Amberlynn was that it was her fault that the cat got out. And after the cat got out, she did very, very little to look for the cat. She apparently just sat on her while Tommy was driving around the neighborhood trying to find the cat. She was in the passenger seat playing on her phone, not doing anything. Apparently, Amberlynn Reed did not file a missing pet report with the local Wildlife Humane Society branch to let people know. Amberlynn did not chip her cat, so if they did find her cat and there was no report, they would have absolutely no way of ever getting it back to her because it was not chipped and there was no incident report for the missing animal. So this was a really big deal. Obviously, animal cruelty and animal neglect is a very hot button issue across the board. Like some people with human behaviors, generally, there will be somebody who's sympathetic to basically everything. But when it comes to kids and when it comes to animals, it makes people go kind of nutso. And in particular with the girl world, the animal neglect accusations go ape shit. There's no real nice way to putting it. Animals that are perfectly fine get accused of being neglected when it comes to the female locales because people are very protective over their animals. And so when this all came out, she looked terrible. She looked really bad. She came out and addressed it. The other thing is that Tommy said that Amberlynn was extraordinarily verbally abusive. And there was one particular instance where Tommy said that she was tired. She just came home from work and she had to work the next day. And they got into a fight. And she went to lay down in the bed, but they were arguing. So she went to go sleep on the couch. And Amberlynn followed her to the other room and just stood over her, like leering over her after she had fallen asleep. And when I think this was the same incident, she got up or something, and Amberlynn apparently, according to Tommy, clutched her forearm and dug her fingernails into the flesh of her arm, according to Tommy, so hard that it eventually drew blood. So the accusation then is not that she's also physically abusive, because that would be physical abuse to do that to somebody. This would obviously set her world on fire if people thought she wasn't the nice girl that she is, but instead a violent, cat-murdering psychopath. So she booted up her own stream, and she began to contest the allegations that Tommy had set forth on the Mr. Snowflake stream. And I think I have a bunch of clips of her responding. Somebody clipped a video in a format that cannot be played on Firefox or on Brave, particularly. Okay, give me a second. I'll scoot around this. Hopefully these other ones are fine.
If you could, you would. Your body doesn't allow. Huh? You saying if I could hit someone, I would? Okay. So are you saying I can throw this at someone's head? Like, the fuck? I could take this and throw it? I'm just not a physically abusive person. God, get the fuck out of here. Like, you just want to portray me in, like, the worst way possible, bro. Like, just get over it. I'm not physically abusive. Point blank, period.
Point blank here. So
Oh my
this
God.
was kind of the mood. I've watched this entire 2-hour long live stream response, by the way. This was the mood of the entire stream. Her response to being called a abusive and violent person is to act as agitated as humanly possible. And she got really defensive. As in that clip, someone says, "I don't think your fat ass could do any physical harm." And she says, "Bitch, what the fuck you mean I can't do no physical harm? I could chuck this shit across the room and beat you upside the head, dummy." Like, just like fully rednecked out. Got really defensive. "I ain't no pushover. I'm fat as fuck. I could crush your dumb ass." Like, you're not really helping the physical abuse allegations there, buddy boy. Anime Sucks Copen Sneed is very positively responding to the idea that Amberlynn could crush somebody. I'm not surprised by this. I'm just, you know what? I'm just gonna give him his moment. This is the Anime Sucks Copen Sneed segment. He loves fat bitches, and he's gonna be extremely happy this entire time. Just, you know what? Dog is off the leash. We're chilling. We're chilling like a villain, chat. All right, this is the clip that I tried to play, but I had to convert it to MP4 first.
Damn, I look fat. Wait now. want to go on a diet. Ugh, what do you guys think?
Okay, it was kind of a quiet clip. I'll reiterate it. She says, "Damn, I look fat. At least I can go on a diet now. Ha, because the feeder is gone." Basically confirming that she was a feeder fetishist and was feeding her.
Like
This clip is 80 megabytes big for some reason. Let's try the other one.
How do you think Amberlynn would be when she lost the weight? My girlfriend replied, she'd probably look like melting ice cream or a melted candle. My girlfriend behind my back was calling me Porcahontas.
Bro, the second one is very funny and just mean spirited. The first one, it's kind of insidious because someone's saying like it's her saying, if she ever lost the weight, she'd be even uglier. She shouldn't lose the weight. She should just gain. She should gain forever. Like that. It's like she's trying to like neg her into not wanting to ever lose weight. Very insidious, chat. The mind of a feeder lesbian. By the way, I usually try to rebuke these kinds of misogynistic contents on my streams as a woman defender, okay? But unfortunately, Amberlynn and Tommy are not helping at all with the stigma that lesbian relationships are violent. This is yet another anecdote, another statistical point that lesbian relationships are extremely violent.
Tried to fucking fix it, bro. Like, but it's crazy because she has this cat named Princess, which she keeps trying to throw out, by the way, on the streets, and I keep telling her not to. She really wants to fuck around. We can fuck around and find out. So I'm fucking done. Calm down, Amberlynn. Anyways.
That choker is like the most consistent reoccurring character in the Amberlynn saga. For whatever reason, she has always worn chokers as far back as I can remember. And I think it's because it gives her body some detail. Like it's the only visual thing that breaks up like her face to torso. You know what I mean? It would just be like an earthworm if not for the choker. Kind of like how an earthworm has that little Band-Aid looking thing around near the end of it. It's like that. Okay, this one I also have to convert. Let's try this one. There we go.
So fuck you, Rachel. Sit on and spin.
That's it. So she invoked Foodie. Oh, that's funny. Okay, I understand now. It's because Foodie Beauty is the one usually say sit on it and spin. I got you. Okay. She came back with reacting to my ex, but before I do that, let me try to convert this other clip. And then I found a very fast way to do that. I said very fast. Why is it take so long to upload 9 megabytes?
I hate Snowflake more than anything in this world. And I really hope that he gets some sort of like karma in his life, like genuinely. Because it's not fair.
I remember. Okay, so here's the deal, right? Actually, let me play through these clips and then I'll do my thing.
That doesn't even make sense. Is there any pics or vids of you she could release, like explicit? Yeah, like me naked touching myself.
You hear that?
You wouldn't
hear that anime sucks, Cope and Sneed?
The screenshots of me naked that she has. You wouldn't believe the videos and photos that she has with me.
Actually, that reminds me. There's one thing that was threatened to be leaked, and I don't know if she actually sent this to Mr. Snowflake and he has it or what. But I'll play this and then I'll cover that.
And I'm unhinged as fuck right now. You asked Emily about my hygiene. She ate my pussy and she ate my pussy good.
Oh, God.
And she loved every fucking second of it. So ask her again about my hygiene. Ask her again.
That is fucking grody, bro. Okay, so one thing that was not clipped or I missed it. Amber said that during one of their arguments, she was having what she called a BPD meltdown and a BPD tantrum. Those are her words for it. So you gotta you got to be certain that that's some crazy shit. Whatever the fuck she's calling a BPD tantrum, whatever she's forced to admit is a quote unquote BPD tantrum, must be one of the BPD tantrums of all time. Okay. So apparently, Tommy has that video. Not just that, she's apparently naked in it. Now, she says you can't see anything because she is so fat. But apparently, there is a video of Amberlynn Reid having a complete and total psychological break that she calls a BPD meltdown naked. And Tommy has that video, and that is being used as leverage against her. Now, should we be so fortunate as to see the BPD meltdown video? I think that Amberlynn has already threatened like revenge pornography laws against her to try and keep her from doing it. I'll say this. It's not revenge pornography if there is no intimate details shown. I'll actually bring this up on screen real quick and cover that. USC revenge pornography law. I think this is it. Okay. Intimate visual depiction. So this is what an image must contain in order to be considered an intimate visual depiction, which is forbidden by this law. A visual depiction, which has a very specific legal definition, that includes, here we go, uncovered genitals, pubic area, anus, or post-pubescent female nipple of an identifiable individual, or anything related to the display or transfer of bodily sexual fluids. Amberlynn Reid is incapable of displaying her genitals, pubic area, or anus. It is just not possible. So the only thing that could come about is nipples. I have a feeling her nipples are also not possible to see, and they can't be censored out. So this video is probably, in my non-lawyer opinion, likely safe to publish because it would not meet the standard for what revenge pornography is in the United States, at least at a federal level. That's just my thought on this, to tempt any naysayers about this. Okay, hold on. I have another clip. I forgot. And this is the last Amberlynn clip, and then we'll go to the other fat. I do not want a tab group, actually, matter of fact. Oh, yeah, this is the 2-minute clip. Okay.
And during that that whole fiasco, so her room, like I'm not gonna lie, we both like have ADHD and ADHD piles. So her room would get like, she would have her pile of dirty clothes, and she also had a rug and like a huge dog bed, and then I had Twinkie's dog bed, so it was a very crowded place. And during in the frantic of it all, I remember I tripped over her rug. I landed into her. She fell on the ground. And I'm like, as that's happening, I'm trying to get her, like, as she's falling. I go to grab her off the ground. I will never forget
Yes.
this
I
moment
remember now.
ever, because I'm telling you, I called my mom hysterical. She's telling me, um, yeah, Grace, because anytime that I would start crying, she would leave the room completely. That's what I had to deal with. Someone who did not care about my feelings at all. So when I tripped over the rug and then I landed into her and she was falling, I went to grab her. It didn't work out very well. She still landed on the floor. And then she started like hysterically, "How come you pushed me?"
I went to grab her. It didn't work out very well. She still landed on the floor. And then she started like hysterically, "How come you pushed me?"
I'm like, what?
I love her imitation of my panicked girlfriend. Oh, I'm a little bitch. Oh, yeah. That's great. Those are some good optics.
What is actually happening? So she like, I don't know. It was this whole fucking thing. And I was like, this cannot be real right now. This genuinely cannot. Like, I have never been so gaslit into thinking that the sky was actually the ground and the ground was actually the sky. Oh my god, you would not believe, like, I was sending my mom, and at this point, like, after the whole fiasco and, like, she went away, blah, 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 I'm, like, hysterical on the phone to my mom. Emily is messaging me all this like, the most crazy things I've ever heard of, and I'm, like, screenshotting all of it, sending it to my mom as we're on the phone, like, video call, and my mom is just like, "This is." I felt so bad that my mom had to, like, see me like that. Like, I'm not gonna lie and say I'm not toxic. I feel like a lot of people with BPD are, and a lot of people with BPD aren't. It's just life. I don't ever try to make BPD, like, seem some sort of way. You can have BPD and be cool, and you can
Yeah.
have BPD and be toxic. It is what it is,
You
and I'm here
can
to admit I've done some toxic things.
you can have BPD and be cool sounds word for word like something Anisa Jamha would say. You know what I mean? That sounds like something that she would come up with. Anyways, Amberlynn, if you would like to do a counter interview to Mr. Snowflake and Tommy, I'm your guy. I am your interviewer. Let's set the facts straight. Let's cover these important topics. That Mr. Snowflake guy, he's no good. Eating my lunch. He's British. He talks stupid. Just don't like him. Simple as. If you want to cover this on friendlier ground, I can do that. Don't you worry. And you know what? I have a rebound for you lined up, ready to go in case you need some reboundage. He will travel. I don't know where he's from. He will go to Oklahoma if he needs to. Trust me on this. I got you set. All right. That is the end of the Amberlynn segment. Okay, so Chantal. Okay, here's the funny thing she did. Her funny thing is not nearly as funny as Amberlynn's. So Chantal, last I said, was in Syria. She is living in one of her husband's family members' house, I think, or apartment, kind of close to Damascus, but not really. And she did a live stream with a Down syndrome child. I don't even know if I could show. I don't think I brought up the Down syndrome child. That seems a bit mean. But wow. So she brought up a Down syndrome child and said, for only $1,000, this child can go to special education here in Syria. It will take care of all her needs for just $1,000. So just like how in Kuwait, she raised money for a cat that she was not legally allowed to raise money for, which got her chased out of Kuwait. In Syria, she brought out this Down syndrome child and tried to raise money for her, which she did. She raised a significant amount of money towards that $1,000 goal. After raising the money, there was a little change of scenery in her. Oh, it's the same post but below. In her stream. Now, while I try to find this, let me just set the stage in case you don't remember. Chantal lives in this house that is not properly powered. So there are power shortages in Syria because it is a war zone. And so every so often, her power just goes out. And by every so often, I mean, I think she gets like 5 hours of power a day. And there are 2 hours at a time where she cannot have the power on, which means that during those 2 hours, it's very hot. There's no AC. The refrigerator isn't running, so you can't really keep food. It's just a giant, miserable shithole to live in. So I guess I'm not going to be able to find like just the stream, but she was streaming, and I'll just give you the rundown of the stream, okay? She says 1 hour's in, she doesn't have any money for a hotel. Haters are crazy because her background changed a bit and people thought, that's kind of weird. Are you staying at a hotel? I hope you didn't take that money from that Down syndrome child and go rent a hotel in Damascus where they have power 24/7. She says she's taking meds and can't even remember how many pills she takes. Haters don't matter. They don't even send donations. So why would she care if they think she's a scammer? She's not a scammer. Kuwait and the haters stopped to care about Bruce when she left the country. They don't care about anything. They just want to hate her. A hater is nothing in my life. She's not an evil genius. Salah is like, or Sasa, which is the Down syndrome child, is like family to her. There's people who want me to die, haters. When the house is ready, she'll enter her Muslim wife era. She'll have to be more active with work, and it will be good for her. Get a life, haters. Arguing with Chad about PayPal because idiots think that she can't receive money from PayPal because she's in Syria. She can receive money by PayPal. She's explained 1,000 times she has to leave the country to withdraw money from PayPal, but she can receive money, and she does a lot of good for people. So she says very clearly, look, you idiots, I did not rent a hotel. I'm enjoying my trad wife arc, okay? And I definitely am not in a hotel, and I definitely didn't take Down syndrome money to rent a hotel. And then at one point, for 1 second, and even the second's not clipped, she drops her phone. She's like sitting at a table holding her phone. Imagine like just like laying it on the table. And then her little buttery fingers, because she's in a very hot shithole country, her butter fingers get so lubed up with sweat, her phone just drops. And for one frame, literally one frame, you see the other side of her room. Now, chat, I don't know about you, but I've been to quite a few hotels in my life, and that looks like a hotel to me. Doesn't it? Doesn't it look a little bit like a hotel and not like the other side of her room? It seems like somebody had the money to rent a very nice, fully powered hotel in Damascus immediately after she got donation money for a Down syndrome child. Interesting. And even is boldly declaring that she had absolutely no business being in a hotel. Interdasting. So she accidentally punked herself quite horrifically. Next, Hannah Pearl Davis. So Pearl Davis is one of my least favorite people on the internet. She is a hulking she-ogre ginger coal burner who somehow pretends to be conservative, despite the fact she chokes on black dick to the point where she literally just says that she only dates black guys. She says she doesn't date a black guy right now. She dates a Dominican, but as we all know, Dominicans are black, so I don't know what the fuck the point of that is. I really just despise her, and what I really despise most about her is that not only is she a disgusting coal burner, she is somebody who poo-poos on other people living better, happier lives, chat. So here we have Sarah Stock. She posted a picture of her hand with a little ring on it and a field full of flowers to say, I won. She got engaged. Well, good for her. That's the appropriate reaction, if any reaction is to be given at all. However, isn't there somebody you forgot to ask? Pearl Davis says, pictured wedding ring, not pictured the man. Okay, listen up, chat. Some guys need to hear this. The wedding, the engagement, and everything between, you don't matter. The wedding is a female fantasy, okay? You don't fucking matter. She is showing off her ring because that is a gift for her, and the wedding is for her, and everything involving that is for her, okay? So there's a reason why the man's not pictured, because this is her ring on her hand in her field of flowers, and that is the point of this photo. She also posted this twice and said, hottest right-wing e-girl taken off the market. Conservative women will always use their marriage and family to build their brand. Let's stop right there, chat. That's a bit of a Debbie Downer negative Nancy comment, don't you agree? But let's see if that negative Nancy trend goes into her other comments as well, her other biting social commentary. So here's Pearl H. Davis, or H. Pearl Davis saying, I do feel bad for children who are used as props for women's social media followings. What is she signaling? Look at me, I'm a good mom. In response to make Europa snow, showing off her white family, even though she appears to have a little bit of a Trump tan going on. Here's another big white family. Pearl Davis says, live like me while I use my family as a prop for social media. In response to Anna Lullis saying this is the way with her big family. She has a newborn. This is actually her maternity photo. She just had a baby. Congratulations, Anna. Let's check out one extra. 3 is a trend, chat. So let's see if she's said this a third time in a row. Oh, we have this mixed race family with these mulatto babies and what appears to be a black version of Sam Hyde in front of a Christmas tree. Disgusting. They're using this as a prop for social media. She says, "Say what you want about Nick Cannon, but this is an absolutely beautiful family photo." Huh. That's weird, chat. Disgusting. Makes me feel bad. Disgusting. Using family as a prop. Beautiful family photo. What is it about it? I don't understand. It's so weird. I mean, they're all doing the exact same thing. We got a family. We got another family. The dad's in this one, so it's not the dad's not there. I wonder what it is, chat. Could it be that he's black? Is that the issue? Is that the problem that Pearl Davis has with it? Could be. Could be. Anyways, let's go back to current timeline. Okay. Pictured ring, not pictured husband. Now, this took the entire internet by storm. Pearl Davis, if you don't know, is hideous. She is genuinely a hideous fucking woman. Let me tell you if there's a picture in the OP that has the hideous picture that I'm thinking. I think it is in the OP. I just want to show you what this woman looks like real quick. Assuming my website wants to load, which is a very generous assumption. Now, I'll give it a second to catch up, chat. While I do that, let's read the responses. Why is my screen turning black? I said black, and now my screen is getting black, chat. Can you still hear me? Oh, no. Uh-oh. What did I do? What the fuck is wrong with VMware? Like, literally, my screen just shut off. Uh-oh. I see my thing, so I know it's on. What the fuck? Why would it do that? Bro, I thought that having a virtualized server would make things easier. And I'm by my actual lived reality that this is not the case. And it's made things harder, actually, as a matter of fact. Okay. Test. There we go. Is it popping? Because like one of my monitors just like permanently turned off, and like I don't know why. I can't. I know it sounds like bullshit. I know it sounds like I'm just fucking lying to you guys when I talk about into things, but I swear to God, I actually do sit down and I spend hours and hours getting things set up and testing everything. And then at the end of it, like things just break constantly. And they don't make any fucking sense. Like what on my computer is just eating up everything, all of my resources. I don't have like a shitty computer, you know. It's just beyond belief. All right. I'm just going to continue. And if this monitor shuts off, I guess I'm just going to go fucking hang myself, chat. I don't know what else to say. All right. So the internet turns dunking on what's her face for Pearl, for being a negative Nancy, for being a Debbie Downer. And Bubby is back. He's monitored. Dude, I love the monitor. It's just shut off for no reason. Don't do it, boss man. Dude, I swear. And it's like the computer is so laggy now that every so often it's just like I can't move my mouse. I'm so frustrated. Because I spend so much time trying to get everything to look right and get it working and get everything lined up, and then I stream and I test it and I do mic checks, I do everything. And it just shits on me. Like, why you gotta be like that? Okay. I have turned off my other monitor. I'm down a monitor. But that seems to have actually fixed the issue with the lag. So whatever the fuck is happening on that monitor is actually killing my entire computer. I can't see it though. Anyways, to what I wanted to get to. After arguing with everybody on the internet and looking like a fool, every Tradwife account on the internet took turns mogging Pearl Davis, and it was very nice to see. Here we have a picture of traditionally Sarah saying, "I wear my late grandmother's engagement ring on my right hand." No one laughed at this in 1954, just saying. Abby Libby says, "Allow me to present for the engagement ring discourse my ring top and my grandmother's ring. Normalize evaluating an engagement by the character of the man that bought the ring rather than the size and the price of the silly little stone." Pearl Davis says, "Literally an excuse to post my ring." Or sorry, Caitlin Francis says, "Literally an excuse to post my ring. $1K for both engagement and wedding band at an antique store. The diamonds are old school, so they sparkle differently because they don't cut them like this anymore. No idea how big they are. Don't care. They are perfect. And 14 years later, I'm still obsessed." Acoustic Kitty says, "My first thought on this photo was that's sweet, but she needs a manicure. To be honest, so do I." Sky says, "My husband, an electrician, made my ring. He designed it and made his own using gifted silver and my late grandmother's diamond. We now own a house and 2 wonderful children. I am the richest woman alive. Money will not fulfill you like love does." And it goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And all the married women came in to dunk on Pearl Davis, and I enjoyed it to the point where Pearl Davis is. Oh wait, that's not the picture of her. Oh god, maybe opening the Pearl Davis thread was what crashed my monitor. This loaded on my computer and I was like, that's the homeless black guy that dumped her, by the way, and upgraded. Where's the picture of her looking like an ogre? That's what I'm trying to find here. I don't see the ogre picture. There's a really unflattering photo of her kind of she-hulked out. If I find it, if I find it, I'll put it back up. So, her ego injured. She went onto her podcast and had Sarah, who I think was the woman that started the entire thing, Sarah Stock. So she's like a white ethno-nationalist, which makes her based from my understanding. So Sarah came on, talked to Pearl Davis, kept calling her a coal burner, which made Pearl seethe uncontrollably. And this is where she gets kicked off. You ready? This is the biting comment that made Pearl Davis snap.
God help this. This is like the last person level IQ rebels. Oh my god, God help this. How old are you, by the way? I'm old. I'm 40. 42, actually, yeah. Is that still there? I'm here. You can take your time to be respectful, so he's here.
So she said we can't have that. It's fucked. We don't hear the audio. Oh, hold up. Let me do one thing and then I'll replay it. Josh, am I okay? No, bro. I haven't been okay for a long time. Oh, it is fucked. Oh, I don't know how to fix that. Yeah, that's definitely an audio driver issue. Let me try one thing. If that doesn't work, I guess I'm just fucked. I don't know what to do. Man, what the fuck? Yeah, something like broke in the VM, and now it's just fucked. I'm not sure what I can do about that. How much audio do I actually have to play? I have to play the outro song. Is this also fucked? Oh yeah, completely. What if, okay, I'm gonna do something. This is blue screened the VM before. If this doesn't work, I guess I don't know what to do. So 1 second. Let's see. Listen, I just want to make fun of Pearl Davis. It's still fucked. That's unreal. I don't know what to do then. Let me see how much I have left. It's so frustrating. You literally have no idea what it's like to be me. Do I have anything that requires a video? I do. I have a bunch of videos. You know what? The stream doesn't cancel until I end it. I think Rumble does like a pause or something. I'm just gonna restart everything because I'm not gonna like just give up. We're back. Four loops. Every tab unmuted for no reason. So in Texas, they're thinking of trying to arrest these Democrats who didn't show up to the assembly. And then something Pearl Davis. Now here's the payoff, right? I was just desperately trying to get to this fucking joke. Okay, listen here. Just desperately trying to make it so I could pull up this fucking joke. I'm getting to it now. Okay, so here's the thing that got that lady. What's her fucking name? Oh god, close that tab before it crashes my computer again. Sarah Stock. This is what Sarah Stock said that angered the Pearl.
A civil conversation.
Who even is this that's talking right now? Who's the guy?
God help your husband. You can just kick her. Oh my God. God help your husband.
Is this another black man you're bringing into your life, Pearl?
Oh my God. God help her husband. God help her.
How many are there?
This is like black person level IQ rebuttals.
Oh my God. God help this.
How old are you, by the way?
I'm old. I'm 40. 42, actually. Yeah.
Do you want to know what's funny?
Makes sense.
Doug.
It's not done yet. There's just dead air.
Doug, are you still there?
I'm here.
You can kick her. She's not going to be respectful, so you can just kick her.
No, not respectful.
She's going to be rude.
Well, it was good talking to you.
Rude?
Well, not really.
Yeah.
Oh man, when she said all those women were dumb whores that were just using their family as social media props. God, that's not rude at all. By the way, here's the really funny thing. You ready? Oh god, is there like a recent picture of her anywhere in this thread? I don't think so. I'll just dip into this real quick. Oh, okay. Hold up. I do have this. I do have this thing. Let's see if I can just really quick. Yeah. The new. I'm trying to use a computer again. By the way, if you're listening and you haven't picked a career yet, do not go into computers. It is genuinely my biggest, deepest, most sincere, heartfelt warning to you. Computers are awful, and they have no real-world application. Like, oh, you know how to stream a media file from MP4 to WebM using Rust in a memory-secure environment? Nobody fucking cares! It doesn't matter. And then you know all this cool computer shit, right? And it still breaks all the fucking time. I have been on a computer for 8 hours a day, almost every single day from when I was 9 years old until today. I'm 32, and shit just randomly fucking breaks on you for no fucking reason, and you can't fucking do anything about it because they suck. And it doesn't translate. You can't take your knowledge of Rust programming and then apply it in the real world. Oh, I have to go fix my car today. My car is not starting. I wonder if I should reboot it. I wonder if maybe I can reinstall a different package and that will do better on this operating system. It has no translation. Whereas if you understand how a combustion engine works, if you know how a diesel engine works, you can apply knowledge of a diesel engine to any kind of equipment. All sorts of equipment, from a regular vehicle to a big bus to a tractor to, construction equipment. What do you know if you know computer shit and you want to go do something that doesn't involve computer shit? You're fucked. You don't know shit. And even if it does involve computer shit, let's say that the media entertainment hub of your truck doesn't work. You gonna fix it? Are you going to apply your coding magic powers to your proprietary truck's media system and fix it? No, you're not. You're never going to fix it. You have to take it to a dealership so that they can reinstall it for you and switch out the proprietary parts with other proprietary parts that cost $10,000. So even if you do know everything and you're the greatest computer man to ever fucking live, you can't fix things in a modern sense. You can't repair things. All you can do is manage with it better. It's like having chronic pain or inflammation. Like, okay, you've had chronic pain for 18 fucking years. Does that mean that you're an expert at pain management? And that you can fix people's pain? Are you a doctor now? No. Oh, you just learned how to cope with being in pain all the fucking time. That's what being a computer expert is like. You're just living with a debilitating illness and you've gotten really good at managing with it. But you've never fixed anything. You never cured anything. You've just learned that if you put your leg up on a pillow, the blood flow increases and you feel less pain. Like that's literally the best possible analogy for being a computer programmer possible. It's just absolute fucking agony. I literally wish I had gone into CAD or something. If I did it all again, I would want to design machines. I would want to design things and manufacture things in the US. I would want to design practical engineering solutions for real world applicable problems and manufacture in the US. Because you know what? Programming ain't shit. Every fucking sloppy ass retard jeet on the face of the fucking planet can sit down now, open Cursor or Microsoft VS Code, plug into an AI, and then say, "My good sir, I would like a function that takes B and outputs Z. Can you do that for me, my good sir? Microsoft Copilot, sir, please, sir. I need it now, sir." And then it's just like, okay, here's 10,000 lines of code that does exactly what you're asking. "My good sir, it seems to pass the unit test, sir. My manager's unit tests are now passing, sir. All green check marks across the board, sir. Very thank you for that help, Mr. Microsoft Copilot, sir." And that's it. You can't do that with anything else, though. "Oh, I have a practical problem that requires a piece of metal to be made with a 3D printer or CAD cutter or something. Can you do that with Microsoft Visual?" No, not yet. Jeet can't fucking figure that one out. You have to go to China for that one. Anyways, here is Pearl. Now, do you want to guess how old? She's the one on the left, in case that's not obvious. You want to guess how old she is? She said she was 40 because everyone says she looks old. You want to guess how old she is? She's even, I think she's even younger in this picture than she is now. See a 40, 42, 42, 30. You guys are cheating. She is 28 years old. She's a 28-year-old woman, and she burns nothing but the blackest of coal. The most nigger hell brimstone coal imaginable is the blackest coal that she burns. Nothing but the best for Pearl. And so she looks like this now. And after all this came out, there was a hot take. Actually, no, she debased herself by going on to Nick Ricada's live stream chat and trying to chat him up. $50. "I am a fan. I came here to see if you think Candace is going to win her lawsuit. Yes, it's me. We should definitely stream sometimes. I watch your stuff from time to time. It makes me laugh. Bro, I think you could do it. Actually, you're not black. Maybe Drexel could do it, Nick." Maybe Drexel. I don't think Drexel was that desperate, though. So she debased herself to the Baldo Pope and said, "Baldo Pope, I am your woman. I'm humbling myself before you, Mr. Baldo. I know you have ongoing child abuse and probation, but I am your minch." And then, of course, the hottest take came out from a married woman with a child who was supposed to be gone from the internet, but seems to not be able to break away from the internet. And she came out with a really hot take. I want to share this hot take with you. Shoe on Head, June, says this: "Women are terrifying. What is going on?" 5 million views, 75,000 posts for a post that says fucking nothing. Women are terrifying. What is going on? Here. What is going on? Women are terrifying. 5 million, 75,000 likes. Can we make it 100,000, chat? What the fuck is the point of this message? No opinion, no take, no observation even. What is going on with this message? How do people like this? What is the point of this? Is the point that woman doesn't like women? What is that the appeal? Explain this to me like I'm a retard, because apparently I am. By the way, in case you don't know, this is Shoe on Head. She used to be Armored Skeptic's dog. In case you forgot. And then there's Troon News. One last little piece of Troon News. Aruvia, Arahu, Vincent Haskins, Delesi, Isabel Roja, Arahu, ADF. was found guilty of attempted assault in the 4th degree and unlawful use of mace in a macing incident that took place at an Antifa protest. And his response to being found guilty is death to America and death to Israel. He faces up to 90 days in jail, 3 years on probation. Will he survive? Who knows? I hope that someone said in the thread, and I echo the sentiment, I hope he gets community service or like sentenced to do a job, because I think this guy having to do a job might actually kill him. His entire life has been pretending to be an Antifa communist super soldier, so he never ever has to get a job. And for some reason, that is a possible career choice in the United States that doesn't result in you dying of starvation, sadly. Next, we are in the lolcow segment, out of the Troon segment. Finally, I've managed to claw my way out of that fucking hell that I found myself in. Patrick S. Tomlinson child says, I call him Rick, this is a message to Patrick S. Tomlinson saying, I call him Rick, but the ladies used to call him all no bulge Tomlinson. Yeah, they'd laugh at him. Fat with a tiny cock? No wonder why he ended up having to marry a lesbian. Yeah, old no bulge is a funny guy. To which Patrick S. Tomlinson replies and says, you died here, stalker. This is the method you chose to kill yourself. They reply and say, crazy story, but old no bulge is the son of Tommy Tomlinson. You've heard the legend. They called him the Spitshine Tommy. I swear to God, he'd make your cock look like fucking mirrors. He was terrific. He was the best. He didn't even ask for money either. Tomlinson replies to this and says, your penis obsession isn't indicative of a straight man, stalker. Enjoy prison. The sender continues with, where did I say I was straight? Your homophobia is showing, Rick. Don't make me tell Big Nicholas on you. He'll refuse to peg you tonight. Tomlinson again replies and says, you killed yourself here, stalker, doing this. This is the gun you put in your mouth. Well, that is a development. After many years of saying enjoy prison, stalker, child, he appears to have moved on to one of my favorites, go kill yourself. There's another. The stalker child says, hey, Pat, why did you need an escort from Dan? I swear you are the weakest fruit ever. He says, this is how you chose to kill yourself, stalker. The sender says, Dan is renting your hovel to do NPS on location. Okay, love you. Talk to you later. No, stalker. Dan is going to prison with you. The sender says, who am I? Why prison? Is it illegal to text you? Someone who died long ago by their own hand, stalker. Just ask me to stop. Yes, stalker, you are committing a felony right now. You enjoy my text. You're losing your lawsuit. Brian texts you and posts them. No one has ever enjoyed anything you have ever done, stalker. That is why you act out this way. Adam will soon too. Leslie is suing you. You done fucked up. Enjoy bankruptcy like Jackie. No, stalker, she isn't. This is the gun you put in your own mouth and pulled the trigger. Bang, stalker. I thought I'm in jail. How did I get a gun in? This is why nobody buys your books. I shit in your Airbnb and left a ring. What a dump. You called the cops over a legal renter. And that appears to be the end of the exchange. So Patrick Tomlinson has upped the ante. He's no longer content with sending the stalkers to prison again and again to suffer, or rather to enjoy prison. He is now going to fucking kill them with justice taken into his own hand. Bang! They will die. Oh, I have a third tab. What's this? Oh, I forgot about this. So, if I remember, Leslie Varney filed a human rights complaint in Washington. She claims that she has disability. The disability involved PTSD, and differences. She is Jewish. Okay. Where's the complaint at? There's no complaint attached to this. Is this the docx? I can't open this. We have completed our search and have identified 2 files of responsive records. The request items are attached to this email and presented without redactions. I don't think I can open the docx one and show it on stream. So I guess I don't remember who Leslie Varney is or why she's complaining about See, this is what I mean. This is on our Holocaust denial, which I don't know if that's a real subreddit. What? Reddit.com r Holocaust denial. You've been blocked by network security. I cannot access Holocaust denial, unfortunately. Cannot be viewed private. This must be a different like fork of Reddit or some shit. They do shit like that I can't condone. I can't co-sign that shit. But Rick is being trolled probably because he keeps telling people to kill themselves instead of just ignoring them. Did I fix the front page? I did fix the front page. Okay. Next, I have an update in a very, very dead locale. When I say dead, I don't mean actually dead. I mean has been inactive for a very long time. Pampered Chew is one of the OG locales that predates the Kiwi Farms. He was found on Encyclopedia Dramatica, I believe. This is thread number 392, started in March 2013. So this is one of the first 1,000 threads on the site. One of the first threads I ever remember on the site. And it was created within a month of the site opening. So Pinball 2000 has actually rewritten the OP. The new OP is easily found by the featured link. If you don't know who Pampered Chew is, let me fill you in. He is a weirdo. I believe he is like a computer savant, like an autistic type. I don't remember how good he was with computers. I think it's like a thing where he's into really old electronics, like CRT TVs and shit, stuff like that. And I think he's good with those. He's like knowledgeable with old console games and shit. I could be pulling that out of my ass, but that's how I remember him. He is into diapers and he's a baby fur, as indicated by the Pikachu in a diaper scene in that picture. I will not scroll down any further. Pampered Chew is notable, and if you're eating, please just pull off your headset right now. Pampered Chew is most notable. The thing that sticks out in my memory the most is that he would find used diapers and microwave them and put them on. And unsurprisingly, he got skin cancer at some point, probably from wearing microwaved used diapers. And he unfortunately survived cancer and is still alive. And he's putting out videos now, which is the first time he's done this in a long time, as far as I'm aware. So I haven't actually watched this yet. I thought I would watch it with you guys. And we'll see. There's a timestamp for this, I think. I think it's considered that he's a pedophile. I cannot remember, like an actual open pedophile. I can't remember where that came from. I think he was active in the Telegram chat when the site was down, and he said some really suspect things in the voice chat. Like, this was a weird niche. This is a very narrow window of time. When the site was down, I think Pampered Chew was active in our Telegram. I allowed voice calls, and there were always, like, fucking weirdos just sitting in the Telegram voice chat 24/7, like Discord voice chats. And I want to say that Pampered Chew joined these and would just openly talk about wanting to molest kids. I'm pretty... If my memory... He craves children is a direct quote. He's an open pedophile. Okay, that's how I remember this. So this is... Jeez. I thought you could search transcripts. Can you no longer search these? Where's the quote? I wish they had clipped this. Do I really? Oh, that is disgusting. That is actually disgusting. Oh, here, this is the timestamp. Thank you, random commenter.
And we had beans and chips in the microwave. And here's Sean.
Oh yeah,
He's home.
he's also like an alcoholic, if I remember correctly.
Beans and chips in the microwave. And here's Sean. He's home from work. He's had a long day. This is weekend. He's playing. What game is this?
It's R-Type 3.
What is it called?
R-Type 3.
Okay.
You killed me.
Super something. What is it? Super something. Anyway,
dude, he's so fucked up.
In there. And
I don't care about that.
Yeah, I do.
I want to see the game.
I want to see you. Of course, I care about the console. Anyways, so Sean's home from work, and I love him.
That timestamp was wrong. I see the part they meant to quote.
Diaper Beast, some kid, I think it was a kid, it sounded like a kid, was outside going, Diaper Beast, banging on my wall, throwing eggs. Stop that, please. I don't mind the teasing, but please don't break my house. The bomb, okay, that was excessive. Thankfully nothing went bad. I had to screw the porch back together. But I have plenty of toys for you. Plenty of toys. Lots and lots of clothes and toys. Oh yeah, this is the coolest part. I found, give me a second. Where did I put them? Okay, there. They got little, well, they're not going to fit me, but they got little animals on them. They're rubber booties. Oh my god, this is so yippy. I love it. I will put it in my, yeah. If you have a kid or you are a kid, please knock on my door politely and come on in. And I'll clean for you. I'll cook for you. I will do anything to have a child just like this one right here.
No, leave him alone.
He says yes too. All right. And we had beans and chips.
Okay, that's the part that was meant to be tagged. I understand. Whew! Wow, buddy. So this guy is like a seriously mentally ill pedophile and an alcoholic, just like obviously completely and totally fucked up. This is a dangerous guy. This is definitely like a rape dungeon that he has set up with like, hey, little kid, you want to like play NES games? What the fuck is with his obsession with Chuck E. Cheese? That's extremely strange and disgusting. I'm gonna be real with you. Not enjoying this chat. I'm gonna move on now. Next. Stebbins. If you may remember, Stebbins, aka Acerthorn, has been suing us in West Virginia, where Locale LLC is incorporated, for several years now. The judge is taking his time and deciding what to do with the case. So it's just been sitting there, which I am pleased with. No, don't give a fuck. It can sit there all forever. Acerthorn has tried to kick that bucket, kick that can, and get it moving again, and has not received a reply. But Acerthorn is a busy guy. He is on social welfare, which means he has no loss condition and lives in free housing, eating free food, a lot of it apparently, and spends his free time not bettering himself or helping his community or giving back in any way, shape, or form. He spends it by costing the taxpayers money, by filing frivolous lawsuits across the entire country at the expense of both the taxpayer and also the people he sues, who have to lawyer up to defend themselves and their companies. A long time ago, he sued somebody named, I want to say Moody is his name. Let's see, what's his name? Jared Jones, sorry. Jared is an idiot, is the nicest way to put it. He got sued and he agreed to an order with Stebbins to end the case because he couldn't afford to lawyer up. And he effectively agreed to be Stebbins' slave, where he would have to spend any amount of time that Stebbins requested of him to help remove things from the internet that Stebbins disagreed with, which is how I came into contact with him, because Stebbins had directed him to contact the Kiwi Farms and ask me to remove things as a part of the stipulation. This is blatantly an unconstitutional thing to impose on somebody, but he agreed to it, which puts him in a difficult position. I don't remember what happened since then, but apparently Stebbins was facing sanctions for his behavior on the docket. I think in regards to certain payments that he was refusing to make by being obstinate. So with the sort of Damocles threatening him, because I suppose even like a minor sanction would be enough to completely ruin his life, or what he considers his life at this point, he moved to dismiss the case, which would potentially free him from any sanctions, right? Well, here's the issue. He filed what's called a joint motion, which is, sometimes this happens where, for instance, a party requests an extension. They want to request an extension. Sometimes they'll ask the opposing counsel and say, hey, we need an extra week to answer this. Would you mind, for professional obligations, would you mind it if we have an extra week? In which case the opposing counsel can say, for sure, you can have an extra week, just as professional courtesy. Then the moving party can file a joint motion saying that no party to the case objects to this being delayed a week out, and usually the judge will grant it. Whereas if you do oppose it being kicked back a week for whatever reason, it can be contested in motions. Stebbins filed a joint motion with a stipulation that said that both parties agreed to drop the case. And it goes through and it cites the usual stuff about how we're going to drop the case. And this was a joint motion, so it was signed by both parties. The problem is, and someone took a second to look back, because this would be very weird for him to decide to drop the case when he's fighting the case and is about to get sanctions. So someone looked at the last signature for this document and found out that it was identical to the previous filing. And someone said, that's kind of weird, because his other signatures weren't identical. Is it possible that this is a fake signature? And Jared Jones said, it is a fake signature. So then he filed a motion with the court saying that my signature was forged. So if you don't know, lying to the court is a crime. It's a very, very serious crime. It's like a felony. You can't do that. Like, I'm pretty sure knowingly trying to defraud the court is its own crime with its own serious penalties, especially if I remember correctly, this is a federal suit. United States District Court for the Central District of California. Yeah, that would be a federal court, chat. So Mr. Stebbins decided to lie to a federal court that with a fake signature to try and say that he had received permission from Jared Jones to drop the case and all the pending sanctions motions. He later amended this complaint and said, oh yeah, this was my proposed motion. It wasn't actually meant to be cited as a stipulation. The problem is that he put the signature on it, so it's kind of hard to go back in time and be like, yeah, this was just a proposal, because you went out of your way to put a signature on it that you copied from another document and then filed under penalty of perjury to the court. So this is very clearly an instance of fraud, in my opinion, that follows a well-documented behavior pattern of Stebbins to try and lie and defraud the court. So the Stebbins v. Lolcal LLC case may end with Stebbins just going to fucking jail for defrauding the court, which would be really awesome and cool and super based. I hope that's what happens. Nice. Okay, so this is internet famous. Basically, all is quiet on the Stop Killing Games front. Jason Thor Hall has been MIA for a while. He's taking a mental health break, as I last discussed on my last stream. And what's interesting about the timing of his Mementos break is that he is abandoning his own game jam and also his participation in a separate game jam. And the other person has commented that it's a game jam for ROM hacks specifically. So it's when you hack a game to have different functionality. Like if you take Pokemon and you change those stats of Pokemon or whatever, that's a ROM hack. So he was supposed to play on stream these ROM hacks to like reward his community for participating in this game jam. And he's not going to be doing that unless he feels like it, is basically what this message says. So he's trying to duck all the heat. He's blinking yet again. He's blinking away. He says he's out of mana, but I just see him blinking further and further into the distance, chat. So he's gone for right now. I don't know why I even brought this up. All I wanted to say is that this woman is like running defense for him. And it's like the most bizarre thing. She has like a pro Jason channel. And I don't even know if this is a tranny or not. This is a danger to society, a small gamer girl drama farmer channel who's increasingly dipping her toes into the mess. Her streams are 5 hours long. I don't think it's worth the storage space, and she appears in her past streams to be taking a vaguely more neutral stance, at least for the Stop Killing Games arc. At one point calling her an insufferable nerd. So I just want to let you know that there's a person that looks like this who's going to become a drama YouTuber and is going to call other people insufferable and do 5-hour streams about how Jason isn't actually that bad. I believe that was my intention with this. And then, meanwhile, on the other side of the aisle, always been on, I think it's...
Hello?
Oh God, what's that accent?
Hello.
Is this a sweet?
Hello, my friends. What's up? We are so back. Hello, Cake. How goes it in both the YouTubes
Denmark
and the Twitch chat? What a gift. Hello.
What's wrong with Danish people, man? We've had 2 Danes on the stream. One of them, I can't tell. Probably a woman, but insane. The other one, a tranny. And then the other Dane that I know, that I'm a big fan of, and I'm going to keep bullying. Hold up. Okay, it's Bokoen. Bokoen 1, Panzer. Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah. Wait, why is this the reaction channel? I don't want the reaction channel. No, not Dressel. Dressel, by the way, got kicked off. I think it was Dressel that got kicked off his streams for being a fascist.
I thought he has great legs. He must be working out. There's some dude. Look at that.
I don't want your fucking response to this. I just want the video. This guy, he did this as like a charity fundraiser thing, but he's also Danish. I've shown this clip on stream many times because it endlessly fascinates me. Why the fuck is it only... Maybe he deleted the original. He deleted it in shame. He copyright struck all of them. Poor Danish guy. He just wants to shill his slop-ass fucking videos and turn on his own friends for saying things they're not allowed to. And be really smug and condescending. That's what happens. He's Danish. He's not German. Oh yeah, Kitty Styles also. I can't name a single person from Denmark who's sane. Can I? No, not a single one. I don't know anybody from Denmark who's not completely fucking loopy. I say it could be age restricted. Oh, that guy's German. Yeah, probably. I don't know. I don't know who Tommy K is.
See?
Oh my god, what the fuck? He just watches titty streamers. Apparently he plays map games and watches titty streamers, bro. Anyways, Aniza Jamha. How the fuck is Panza Foe in a dress age gated? But that's not, chat. Okay, so what's his face? Ian Jamha did a stream about immigrants and how immigrants are good. Actually, it is 19 minutes of immigrants good. I have no insightful commentary to add to this. He basically watches those rage bait channels where they just go into like Rome and they walk around in Rome and are like, gee willikers, isn't this place a giant shithole? What a shame. And then he's like, what makes it a giant shithole? Is it because of all the brown people? And it's like, yeah, because they shouldn't be there. And he's like, why not? He has no insightful commentary or insights to add whatsoever. So it's like, what's the point? I don't know if it's a money thing or if he's trying to fit in with like bread tubers or whatever. He even did this thing where he talked about how he did that drama video on H3 and he said something to the effect of he did like a Joker speech. He was like, I think you and I are meant to be in this cycle forever. And he's like trying to do like the thing where it's just like, you and I we're meant to be enemies. And then he says like, you H3, we're pigs. We're meant to roll around in the slop forever. We're not supposed to rise above drama. We are the drama. We're always going to be drama. And then he goes back to bread tubing and is like, actually, I want to defend against racism. So this is a 7 million channel that's dipped under 7 million subscribers. Has 275,000 views after 4 days. And then the comments are very negative. Funny listening to someone who isn't from Europe telling everyone what Europe is like. This is more disgusting than when you ate vomit for money. I'm glad that he suffers endlessly. I don't know why. I just hate him. I mean, I have many reasons why, but I do hate him. I'm glad he suffers. And that's it. That's all I have to say about this. Fuck him. Next. So this is on the Jim Stewartson thread. Jim Stewartson won or lost a lawsuit by Kash Patel. Kash Patel and his foundation, the Kash Foundation, sued Jim Stewartson. And his decision, it was a bench trial apparently in a civil case in the federal court of Nevada that found Stewartson guilty and have asked him to pay $250,000 in damages, $100,000 in compensatory damages, $100,000 in punitive damages to Patel himself. I didn't know his full name was Kashyap Patel, but then also $25,000 in compensatory damages to the Kash Foundation and an additional $25,000 in punitive damages to the Kash Foundation. Kash Patel, no, Kash, Kash Patel, the leader of the FBI. So he lost. Now, Jim Stewartson is like left-wing Alex Jones, and he had a little bit of he has occasional crossovers with other beloved members of the Fatverse. There's one particular thing I want to find. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. I thought about it last second, and then I didn't have the time to find it. I'm going to try to find it real quick. Basically, Jackie Singh, who I don't have a thing for unless I find this, she went mini viral on Twitter because she said something so profoundly stupid that a bunch of like rage bait Twitter accounts started making fun of her. And then I replied to this with a link to her thread, and she quote retweeted this and got really angry. Aha, here it is. Okay. So Jackie Singh said something retarded. And I'm gonna see if I can find that just to set the stage real quick before. So that's some shit they got on her. I don't really care. Okay, no, the original tweet is actually inside of this, so I can just read that. So the original tweet was, America fully sucks now. Now, obviously, she's blatantly a poo in the loose, stinky Pajit. So the right-wingers on Twitter are going to relentlessly mock her for being fat and stinky and brown. James Klug says she won't leave, by the way, which is true. Jackie Singh is going to stay in the United States forever because it is the only country where she can be so fat and insufferable and not be beaten in the streets for it. So I replied to this because I just saw it. I just saw it on my timeline. I'm like, hey, that's Jackie Singh. She lost custody of her children, was discharged from the military for having sex with everyone on base, and falsely accused innocent people of being terrorists. Every single one of those things is not only true, but provably demonstrably true. Jackie Singh saw this and got offended. She said, the owner of Kiwi Farms, a notorious uppercase I internet crime haven, is defaming me again. Is he mad because I reported swatting crimes linked to him to the federal law enforcement? Or is it because I called his father to inquire about whether he listed Josh Moon on the SF-86 for his TS-SCI? Question mark. Jim Stewartson, anti-fascist Canadian flag, Ukraine flag, pirate flag, American flag, verified blue check mark at Jim Stewartson says, Lamafau crown emoji. Jackie Singh says, his father pretends he doesn't have a son. It's wild, but maybe that's all the stuff I found about him to his mom. When he lies about my custody, parenting, or me sleeping around as though he knows me or my life, the true person he is likely referring to is his own mother. Patrick says, projection of their own insecurities and deficiencies seems to be a common affliction among the cyber-stalking class. Absolutely. Yes. He lied about my military service in order to assuage himself from guilt that he is nowhere near the type of man his father would have wanted him to be. Now, I love this because she says that she has contacted my father to inquire about his top secret security clearance. And if I was disclosed as a potential hostile foreign actor or like security vulnerability on his application, which implies that she thinks that my father has top secret security clearance. I hate to tell you this, Jack. And what I really, really love is that she says his father pretends he doesn't have a son. It's wild. She is calling up somebody who apparently has top secret security clearance saying, I know who your son is. Do you know what he posts on the internet? And he's like, I don't have a son. And I imagine it sounds like this. I do not, wait, no, not Indian. How do I do Chinese? Ho ho, I have no son. What are you talking about? Because Moon is a Korean last name. So I'm assuming that there is somebody out there who's Korean who's like, I have no son. I have no what son. Why do you keep calling me crazy pudgy lady? I have nothing to give you. And she's like, you can't even admit that you do have a son, Mr. Moon. What do you do? And she's just like, because she's a retard. She like fake doxes everybody and gets it wrong and never ever admits she's wrong. So she must have been doing this to like some random fucking Korean guy. Some Korean guy in the CIA, or hounding him about his security clearance. My father, from what I understand, is a mechanic from Delaware. Last I heard, he's a not like a cool mechanic on an army base repairing Bradleys or whatever. I don't know what tanks they use these days, but like when you drive through like a small town in Alabama and there's like John's repair shop, and it's just like this small place with like a lot with like a bunch of cars on it, and just says like Sneed's like automotive repair, like that kind of mechanic. So I don't know how somebody like that would have a reason to get top secret security clearance, but I think the much more likely explanation is that this dumb retard Pajit cunt found some dude who has the last name Moon and just assumed that this is like the only person possible to have that name, and has just been harassing him. So if you want to know what the enemies of the Kiwi Farms get up to, Jackie Singh unironically spends hours of her life trying to dox and failing to dox people who have no input on my life whatsoever, and then harassing innocent people and trying to get their security clearance revoked because she's too fucking stupid to know that I'm not Korean. That is, I'm immaculately conceived, probably. So that's what they get up to, in case you're curious. I found this an interesting exchange. And then you wonder why Kash Patel is able to sue this idiot and get $250,000. Could it be that he's a fucking retard and that his source is Jackie Singh when he says something in public? Possibly. Next. This is going to be a 47-hour long stream, in case you're wondering. So on Discord, it was announced by someone called Space Ashes that the ex-girlfriend of Brad Taste in Music, aka Brad Lehman, aka Brad Taste, aka Bradley, let me restart. His ex asked that these audio recordings be published. And so I have done my duty and I have published these things to the internet. Now, it's a very annoying kind of argument, very passive aggressive. I'll just skip to like the middle and like play a little bit of it so you get an idea of how fucking annoying this conversation is.
You're just what? You're so used to throwing white lies at me, you don't even recognize this one?
No, that's not true. I just don't.
God, there's so many white lies, Tina. It's like, if they're all white lies, then none of them are, right?
I don't. What am I lying to you about? I want to, like, I don't know what you're telling me I'm lying to you about. What's happening in my own brain? That's not fair. It's my own brain. You're not entitled to know that. I'm an individual. If I don't have a safe place within my own head.
Okay, Tina, I'm your partner of 5 years, and if you.
So that's the argument for 8 minutes. She's recording, so she kind of looks bad. Apparently, in case you're wondering, apparently she did take the recordings to the police, and they didn't do anything. So that's why she published them to the internet. The second recording is the follow-up to that conversation where it got really heated towards the end.
You are one of my abusers, so I can damn fucking right do that to you. I can kick you the fuck out of here for what the fuck you've done to me. You've destroyed me.
What? How? All I've ever wanted to do is support
Stop lying to me for once. Look at me in the eyes and stop lying to me. Stop being such a wimp.
All I've ever
Look at me and accept what you have done to me. Do you see what I've become? You've killed me. You promised me everything. You lied to me.
Oh, apparently they did get him for DV. Someone says in chat.
Look at me in the fucking eyes and say that again. Look at me. Tell me.
Dude, he sounds like Two-Face on the Batman movie, where he's like, "Look at me," where he's like yelling at Batman, he's like, "Look at what you've done to me," and he just turns his head and you can see his fucked up face.
Tell me. Tell me what the fuck you just said. Tell me. Get out of my house. Get out of my fucking house.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't.
You're trying to.
Don't.
You are evil. Like you're evil.
I
Can't cry. Bro, if you get beat around, it's really hard to like cry sympathetically, I guess. Yeah, see, Sneed, anime sex cope and Sneed knows. If you beat a woman around, they don't cry pretty, they cry like ugly. It's called ugly crying. Wait, the audio does not work anymore? Oh, it just cuts out there? Okay. So that was what got published, obviously. That did not appease too many people. Many people were upset. He lost, after the accusations first came out, he lost his sponsorships. He's been spiraling harder than ever. And I don't think anything... Oh, one of the moderators for his chat, or for his YouTube channel, actually posted a video on the main channel with just a link in the description to the accusations against him. A bunch of DMs got leaked where he was suicide baiting. It's just so weird. It's like, I remember a couple years ago, he made that video where he did like a 26-minute long rant about how weed ruined his life. And now fast forward a couple years, and there's like DV audio of him published on the internet. He's having a really rough go of it. How hard is it to sit down and fucking review music albums? Apparently very difficult. I think I have another musical related lolcow as well. Oh yeah, this guy. Sneeds specifically wanted me to cover Brad Taste, but then also a guy called Anthony Fantano. And I do not know anything about Anthony Fantano, so I'm just going to go through his clips, okay? And we'll see how interesting this is. We'll do a little exploration. Eat says, Anthony Fantano is currently going viral for recently resurfaced clips. Hal says, in less than 24 hours, Anthony Fantano has been exposed laughing at Trayvon Martin's death with his alt-right buddies, caught saying the N-word with the hard R on video, and deleting posts from last night where he hinted Drake was a pedophile. This is what happens when white men pretend to be part of the culture just to grift off it. And y'all let them sit at the table for this long? Shake my head. Academics, spelled wrong, so I'm assuming this is a black people channel, says alleged audio has leaked of white closeted hip-hop reviewer Anthony Fantano saying the N-word. And then there's like shocked face and then face palm. Academics again says Anthony Fantano laughed at this image mocking Trayvon for 30 minutes. I think Trayvoning is like, it's like a real, that's 2013. I imagine that's like a joke at like planking, like instead of planking or Trayvoning because you have Skittles and like a drink in your hand. Apparently that's super offensive 12 years later. His complex music, Anthony Fantano said Neighbor and Fagot in an 8-minute compilation. Why didn't you then instead choose to mention academics? So it's okay for him to say, why did he censor the first one and not the second time? It's okay for him to say neighbor and defame a black man as a child predator. You know, that's what they did to Emmett Till, right? Complex. Drake is enjoying the new Anthony Fantano fallout. Apparently, Drake actually posted a picture of him with laughing emojis on Instagram with the message, he chopped, no, that's a comment. It says chopped ass for real. Is that supposed to be chaped ass? Chopped? I had no fucking idea. Then he posted a video groveling to black people. You laughed at Trayvon Martin. You a sick man. Shit. You racist bitch. Just apologize. How you deflecting mentioning me rather than taking accountability. You racist. Typical colonizer. And then Rose Mullet says, you got this clip for me. Here's the full evidence I have on Fantano. Please report on this and credit me this time. Then tell your audience to subscribe at Rose Mullet for more exposés. And then Rose Mullet says, consent is stupid. Rape is natural and unnecessary for a happy and healthy society. Why is the modern world so miserable? Wait, is this like a different thing? Another funny thing was this tranny that was trying to cancel him, but the troon had rapey tweets resurface. Okay, so this was a troon that was calling him a racist colonizer. Oh, it was the one that tried to shill his YouTube channel, demanding credit, and then he just searched the word rape under his name, and surprise, he's a rapist. Why is the modern world so miserable? Because rapists are treated as criminals instead of cherished for their masculinity. Fuck feminism. I wish men weren't so afraid of raping me, crying. Hashtag make rape illegal. Or make rape legal. I don't understand why it's illegal for a dog to lick my pussy when gay men eat each other's asses all the time and are perfectly legal. This is why they say white women fuck dogs, by the way. It's because gay men are posting this. Rose Mullet says, if someone tries to rape you, that doesn't give you the right to fucking murder them. People defending that disgust me. Your life is not in danger. 99.99999% of women don't die from rape. If you kill the man in the situation, you should be charged with murder. Hashtag pro-life. Hashtag repeal the second. Dude, if you took... I'm going to do a little art project here. Hold on. I'm going to do a little bit of an art project. And I want you guys to tell me if I am barking up the wrong tree. Okay. Give me a second. You know, these are, I have to fill the air while I do my art project. You know how this is. I am a savant, chat. This means I get to do art. Okay. I'm making good progress here. Dude, if you search, I would spill it if I said that. Okay. Yeah. Paste that. God damn it. Wait. Maybe I can do this instead. Sorry. I'm doing my best here, chat. I'm doing my best. Art takes time. Art takes patience, chat. Okay. Uh-huh. Trust me, it's the funniest joke. It's the greatest joke I've ever made. It's gonna be such a great joke. You're gonna be like, wow, That Josh guy, he's really funny and he makes great jokes. Okay, I'm trying to use. I am desperately trying to use Microsoft Paint for this, and it isn't like when I move it. It used to be that you could do this where the background would be different. Okay, at this point, I'm taking too long, and my joke is not going to be funny anymore. Because how the fuck do you do it? There used to be I swear to God, they made Microsoft Paint even worse. Because there used to be a way where you could make white transparent when you were like scaling things. And now that does not exist, apparently. Okay, fuck it. I can't do it in Paint. I'm sorry. The whole joke was just going to be this. If you took this tweet and you attribute it to not Pirate Software, to Nick Fuentes instead, and you just said, instead of raping me, you just said raping, it would be, it would sound exactly like something he would post. It would just be completely and totally indistinguishable for something that Nick Fuentes would actually say. Oh well, let's see what the apology video is.
Who infamously called Ian a nigger faggot, and now he just kind of quotes that to death. That dude clearly had a few screws loose, but Ian really had no
I thought he called somebody the N-word.
problem
He didn't
with
say that.
putting him on blast.
He just said the word. That's all it took. That's it. And now black people are up in fucking arms. Dude, black people are the most insecure fucking people in the fucking... I'm so sick of them. All right, next. Man, I'm about to die. I'm about to collapse out of exhaustion. The real quick thing on the Mudahar stuff. Mudahar had this huge expose on him, and now it's like a feeding frenzy for Mudahar, which, don't get me wrong, he's a Jeet. I don't really give a shit. But he's been calling himself an engineer for a couple years to lend credibility to his takes on technology. And my understanding is that he ran his own business for 12 years, according to him, in which he did computer, hardware, software, maintenance type stuff. And so he's called himself a penetration testing engineer, security engineer, various kinds of forms of engineer. And the accusation is that he is not an engineer because he is a college dropout. I find this story very relatable. I want to give you my perspective on this. I don't know what to call myself. I have no idea how to refer to my line of work. I am a very unusual full system systems engineer is like the go-to things for what I do. I'm a full stack developer. I maintain hardware. I architect networks. I am a software programmer. I do everything. And then on top of it, I'm also an entertainer. So what I call myself, if I'm being extremely pretentious, is a anti-fragile systems architect. That is my official job description when I have to describe myself in as formal a way as possible. Oftentimes, I just call myself a programmer. But a programmer is a very broad catch-all term. Anybody is a programmer. A Jeet is a programmer. It's not very, like, any guy that goes to a coding camp is a programmer. If you program, you're a programmer. There is technically a degree requirement for being an engineer. And personally, reflecting on what I've called myself over the years, I at some point have called myself an engineer. And then at some point, someone told me that you can't call yourself a software. Actually, no, it wasn't someone told me. I just got curious. Like, engineer sounds like a degreed term. So I went online and I searched it. And the distinction that I found was that a software developer is someone who develops software. A software engineer is somebody who does software that requires basically a mathematical degree to understand, i.e., simulations development or physics simulation type stuff, where you have to actually understand the fundamental mathematics behind it, and that usually requires an education to become an engineer. So my issue with the drama around him is that it doesn't really matter. I don't think that engineer is a super protected caste. And what I find offensive is that degrees are worthless, and even medical degrees are just like farmed off by Jeets so they can come over to the US. And that's why half the doctors in the US are fucking Jeets now, and all the doctors in Canada are Jeets because their degrees are worthless. So like if this smelly brown Jeet got a fucking math degree, he's an engineer. And that's some like I honestly would not think more or less of Mudahar calling himself an engineer or doing his videos on the internet if he had a math degree from India or not. I just don't give like your college degree is worthless to me. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if you graduated from Cambridge as top of your class in copyright law. I don't give a fuck. And that's actually that's the one thing that a degree actually matters in is besides medicine is law. It's a monopoly. You have to have a law education to become a lawyer in the US almost anywhere. And outside of that, you like apprenticeship is basically unheard of in the US for lawyers. So it's like, that's it. That's the only two things that actually require a degree. Everything else, especially in programming, that is very much a career of meritocracy where it's like you can have a master's degree. I knew a guy. This is a true story. I knew a guy who worked when I worked only one job, right? I did software for a while and I made very little money as an entry level, undiplomaed software developer. One of my coworkers had a master's degree in software engineering. He was a fully lettered, scholared, whatever the fuck, educated, 10 years my senior software engineer who was the lead project developer. He was horrifically incompetent. He didn't know what the fuck he was doing. He outsourced 100. I swear to this is true. This was before I knew to be racist. He outsourced all of his programming responsibilities to Indians. His entire development team was 100% Indians that he hired for as little as possible. And me and the other coworker that was directly hired by the company and wasn't just a part of his software team, we constantly had to fix their errors. They would commit code that didn't fucking work. They would break the live site. They would commit horrific code that wasn't commented, that broke away from the agreed upon programming. God, what's the word? Formatting document where how code should look. This was before the days of automatic lint and stuff where code was auto formatted. You had to like manually make sure that you were using spaces instead of tabs, that you were using 4 spaces instead of 3, like that kind of shit. So he would routinely commit things. Oh, you had to use camel case instead of underscores, that kind of shit. That's all automatic now, and you just upload like a formatting template and it automatically does it. But constantly had to fix his code. And I remember, this is true, the project that we were working on was originally, when they kickstarted the company, they hired, and I swear I'm not lying, they hired, the co-founders did, for I think literally 100 Australian dollars. They hired a team out of India to make the product, the initial MVP, for $100, and we were stuck trying to fix this over years. It was just like the fundamental design of how they handled data was incompatible with good sense and logic. So we constantly had to work around the core fundamental databasing issues that constantly left us befuddled. And this was overseen by the software engineer with a master's degree in programming. And I remember there was a conversation where we were thinking of adopting a MVC. And if you don't know, in programming, an MVC is a model view controller. It is a type of project management where the objects, which are called models, are one thing. The controllers, which handle the requests, like you type in kiwifarms.net/thread/a page, the controller handles routing that request. And then the views are how the pages are built based off that request and based off your user account. So we were thinking of moving from sprawling code all over the fucking place with no organization to an MVC. And when we came, it was up to him, the master's degree software engineer, to pick an MVC model that or system that we were going to use moving forward. And he picked one that I had heard of, but which was not hip and trendy. Because I, as a PHP programmer myself, I was very familiar with a lot of these MVCs. And I asked him, I said, oh, it was Code Igniter. He wanted to move us to Code Igniter. And I asked him, I said, why? Code Igniter is old, it's clunkier, it doesn't use modern PHP fundamentals as well as the other ones do. Why do you want to use Code Igniter? And he said, and I swear, he sent me a link to a page that compared the different MVCs together. And there was a big table that had like the feature list where it's like ABC and then there's green check marks underneath different columns for the features that it has. He said to me, Code Igniter had the most green check marks on that table. And that was it. That's how the master's degree in software engineering came to the conclusion of how the direction of the entire project was going to go into the future forever and ever. And that is why I don't give a fuck that Mutahar is calling himself an engineer. As far as I'm concerned, Mutahar is more of an engineer than a lot of people who can rightfully call themselves an engineer. I think that the tranny gatekeeping about my academics, and how only my academics matter in regards to this shit is fucking gay. It doesn't matter. Nobody's a there are, in terms of like the pool of people who actually call themselves software engineers, the number of people who can actually sit down and write a physics simulator or who can write a driver for NVIDIA or whatever, very, very, very small percentage of people who are actually diplomaed software, whatever the fucks. So it doesn't offend me personally. I don't give a shit. What does offend me is the fact that he's a gay nigga. Is this it? No, this isn't it. How the fuck did I not have the tab for the gay nigga? We're going to skip the highlights until I see the gay nigga shit. So, as you know, Mutahar is a filthy, disgusting Jeet. And, while everyone was focusing on the friggin' audacity of this guy to dare call himself an engineer. You dare stand where they stood, those engineers. The real stuff... Oh, God. Who gives a fuck about this? Where's the gay nigga shit? Okay, hold up. Let's go to YouTube. Mutahar kissing men. Where is... I just want the clip. I just want the clip of him being gay. Maybe if I go to Twitter? Mutahar kissing. Is this that? Oh, it's by Harmful Opinions. This has to be it.
Time I was in a relationship with another woman, right? And unfortunately, what happened was me and my best friend Ryan, all right? We're talking best friend. I've known Ryan for years. We were so wasted that at some point in the night, me and Ryan started fucking making out for the hell of it. Like, we're talking tongue in mouth. We made out. We got real gay with each other for like 10 seconds. And I woke up on the couch. Now, at the time, I was in a relationship with another woman, right? And
I thought that he had cheated on his current girlfriend or whatever. No, he cheated on his ex by mouth kissing while drunk his friend. So that's what's going on with that. He also had a tweet about how in India, they blocked an app, but then they didn't block Grindr. So he said boys just want to have fun or whatever. So if I search Mutahar Grindr, I see a lot of gay porn, and I was honestly hoping that would not be the case. So unfortunately, I'm not gonna be able to find that tweet about him talking about Grindr because I'm seeing Pajeets fucking each other in the ass, and I'm not happy about that. So that's your Mutahar segment. What sucks is I kind of like Mutahar. He's one of the only people who have the balls to credit the Kiwi Farms, and I always appreciate. I'm a big softie. If you have the friggin' audacity to credit the Kiwi Farms, you can only be so bad in my book. My opinions on the word engineer are beside that. As I've demonstrated, I have no love for people who are degreed engineers or whatever the fuck. I don't I feel like maybe it was a little bit because he seemed to use it very intentionally to credit himself, where maybe he didn't deserve credit, but he did work as a pen tester, and then he got pen tested by a Jeet with a dick in his ass because he's a faggot. But outside of that, I mean, he's brown. I don't really care. I don't care what brown people do in the privacy of their own loos. They can be as gay as they want. I don't give a shit. Meanwhile, on H3 side of things, my favorite Jew posted a status update in regards to Bad Empanada. Bad Empanada, if you remember, is the guy who posted comically evil videos about how he was going to destroy H3's family. H3 says this: Bad Empanada is on the run. He knows we are closing in. We suspected he had fled back to Australia, but upon further research and verification, he has actually fled to Uruguay. This information is probably shocking for him to hear, as he went to great lengths to obscure his escape from Argentina to Uruguay. George, if you ever decide to return to Australia, we will be immediately notified and a torrent of lawsuits will follow. You are easy to get in Australia, which is why you're doing everything you can to avoid returning. I also know you enjoy participating in sugar daddy websites, and while you may barely qualify for the label in South America, you are just a repulsive, broke loser in Australia. I know this scares you even more than the lawsuits. Why am I telling you all this? So he looks over his shoulder every day. We are coming and we will win. You can run from us, but we will catch you and we will ruin you. Have a nice day. And then there's a nice picture of Bad Empanada looking like a terrorist. Like fucking Osama bin Laden or some shit. So I don't feel bad for this guy at all. He literally said that he was going to ruin Ethan Klein's life and tear apart his family and fuck with him continuously. And Hassan Piker applauded him and cheered this on. And now he's literally living in fucking Uruguay. So to hide from the Jewish man in his lawsuits. He's being hunted down South America like a fucking Nazi that escaped after the World War, and Mossad is on his ass. So that's really funny to me. This is another instance of bad things happening to bad people. I had no nice things to say about this fucking loser. And it's like, if you're going to open that can of worms and you're going to be like, yeah, I'm going to start the life ruination against you, incredibly wealthy Jew, you better be ready to cash that check when it comes in. But which he was not. Sucks to be him. Oh, and additionally with Ethan Klein, I forgot about this. Ethan Klein petitioned the Central District of California, back in the Central District of California, the stream, for the permission to subpoena Reddit and Discord for user records regarding certain users that were participating in the Snark Discords. The judge, Wesley Hisu, says, upon consideration of the joint stipulation, and for good cause shown, the court hereby rules as follows. The stipulation is granted. TEI may immediately serve the subpoena attached as Exhibit A to the stipulation on third-party Reddit Inc., accompanied by this order, and shall include the date of the Reddit subpoena was issued and the date of compliance. And 3, TEI may immediately serve the subpoena attached as Exhibit B to the stipulation on third-party Discord Inc., accompanied by this order, and shall include the date the Discord subpoena was issued and the date of compliance. So Ethan Klein is not only winning bigly against Bad Empanada, he is hunting down the Redditors and the Discord fags that conspired against him and his family, chat. And you know what? Fuck them. Those snark Reddits are literally worse than the Kiwi farms in every single way, shape, and form. And the fact that Ethan Klein, with all his money and ability, is going after them and not after the Kiwi farms, I think, shows that we are the base heckin' trad. It's gossip forum, and they are deranged lunatics that honestly think that they're on some kind of left-wing crusade to save Palestine, and if they terrorize Ethan Klein's kids enough, then they win. And that's not how it works, and they're going to get raped by the Jew, I think. Suffer. Next, I will be talking about Vito Gesualdi and Dick Masterson for the first time in years. This clip has brought me joy. I'll play it for you.
I should have sold Vito out alone. When Null first started having problems with Vito, I should have kicked his ass out.
Mm-hmm.
I should have said, "No, you're right. He is a pedophile. He's fucking done.
He's
Get
done,
out of my house,
dude. Yeah,
he's fucking done, dude."
Of all sad words of tongue and pen, none so sad as these. Josh was right again. I actually sat through a full hour of their show, and it's kind of a strange energy because Vito is incredibly unlikable. I have literally not a thing to say about him in any way, shape, or form that is positive. He is ugly. He is stupid. He's lazy. He's fat. He's disheveled and unwashed. He in no way, shape, or form takes care of his opinion or appearance. He has no self-respect. He doesn't regard himself very highly, but yet he's still very arrogant and defensive in that boogie kind of way. He produces nothing. He consumes everything around him that he can. He, of course, is a pedophile on top of that and thinks that child rape is very funny and gloats about that on Twitter. And the pairing of Dick and Vito has always been a bizarre one to me that I've only been able to justify in a favorable interpretation to Dick, that Dick simply needs a stooge to sit next to him to look bad. I think that he learned with the Maddox podcast that he needs a second that is worse than him, so he always looks good by comparison. And sitting next to Vito, he always looks better by comparison because Vito is insipid and stupid and has nothing to say and can't come back to anything that he says. And Dick basically treats him like a dog. That he can kick around and beat whenever he wants, and Vito can yelp in pain and nothing matters, right? So I listened to an hour of this show where Dick is extremely disinterested in continuing a conversation with Vito. And it's kind of a bizarre exchange that reminds me of relationships where Vito follows Dick down this hallway of like a psychological hallway. Dick is withdrawn. He's to himself. And Vito is chasing after him. And he's trying to get Dick to open up and tell him why he can't come to the studio anymore. Dick has told him that he's no longer allowed to come to his laundry room / studio in the Hollywood Hills to record live on set. Vito is upset by this and reveals that apparently Dick also does not talk to him on the phone anymore and only talks in private in text messages. And Dick later reveals that this is because he wants to be able to record the messages because he says that there's been arguments in the past that they've had on the telephone that with voice that he couldn't record, and so he regrets that. So now everything has to be over text so he can record it. Vito is sad that he's no longer welcome in Dick's house. There's an obvious reason for this. I will spoil it. It's not brought up in the conversation. Dick doesn't say this, but I know what the answer is. Marie has locked down that house. It is now fortified. There's a baby inside of it, and Marie's motherly instincts have kicked in, and it is no longer Dick's Hollywood mansion, Barbie dream doll mansion in the Hollywood Hills. It is now Marie's, and therefore she gets to decide which guests are able to attend the Dick Barbie dream doll mansion, and the pedophile clown is not permitted. So Dick has had to find a way to excuse Vito not being allowed in. And he came up with the excuse, which is probably also a legitimate gripe of his, that Vito is uninteresting and low energy. He says that Vito's presence on the podcast is bad. And also he's angry about him for arguing with fans. So specifically, Vito is super argumentative on Twitter. If you say anything to Vito, he will respond, undoubtedly. He craves attention desperately. Even this is like attention that he relishes, but I'm relaying this information to you because I find it funny. But Dick says, look, you do this thing where you argue with everyone. And when you do it to a paying customer, to our Patreon subscribers, they leave. They stop giving us money because they know that money goes to you also. And they don't want to support you. And he even says, go check out the Patreon, check out the cancellation messages, and check out how many people say they're stopping supporting the show because they hate you and you were rude to them on Reddit and Twitter. And he says, you got to shut the fuck up. You got to stop being such a dickhead to our fans because you're ruining everything. And he's just like, he's so angry. And what's funny is that Dick has that energy that Keemstar doesn't have with Boogie. I've never talked about Lolcow Live because it's a really terrible show, and I hate Keemstar for using the word Lolcow like it's his personal fucking word. But they occasionally Keemstar threatens to fire Boogie, and it's like if he fires Boogie, he doesn't have a show. So there's no weight behind these threats. There's no point. He can't fire Boogie. Boogie is the show. Wings of Redemption left, and he can't even grovel for DSP's attention at this point because Keemstar and his show suck so much ass. So whenever he threatens to fire Boogie, it's always the most vacuous, empty threat possible. And when you hear Dick talk to Vito, and he just openly berates him and degrades him and insult him to his fucking face and just talk down to him like he's scum under his boot, there's this really real feeling to it. Because that isn't in Lol Cal Live, where it's like, Dick really doesn't give a shit if this fat loser quits. He will sit here and berate him and belittle him as much as possible because he honestly could not possibly care less if Vito leaves the show. In fact, he probably wants him to leave at this point so he can replace him with literally anybody else. So it's interesting. And what's sucky about it is that because Dick is a showman, when he does this, you can tell he's eating into it a little bit. He's like putting on a bit of a performative rage and being a little bit over the top, like embellishing it. So there's always that kind of like MDE thing going on where it's like, I can't tell if this is a bit or if this is real or not, but I can tell. I can divine this. I know that he is genuinely sick of Vito, and he is a fat, disgusting pedophile slob that he fucking hates. And he's just going to keep talking down to until he finally snaps and he gets some content out of it. And then he can hire another co-host for another 300 episodes. But he amps it up a little bit. And it's like, they might be doing this for clicks, but actually, I don't think they are. He's not going to, no, this is definitely a slow boil where I think that we're going to see more clips of them arguing because Dick knows everybody hates Vito. There is no benefit to having Vito. And there's a million there's an episode of Matt at the Internet where I make fun of Vito by saying, there are 1 million Vitos in Los Angeles. There are 1 million fat, schlubby, pathetic losers that Dick Masterson can kick around that live in Los Angeles. And he is of no value to anyone. And I literally call the episode 1 million Vitos. And I'll make that same point again. There are 1 million replacement Vitos in Los Angeles. There are 1 million pathetic, spineless stooges trying to make it in Hollywood that would accept an offer to be the punching bag on a comedy podcast that makes 4 figures on Patreon. So there's no, but he's going to boil this guy alive. He's going to make fun of him more all the time. And Vito's going to try to roll with it. But because he's an insecure, fat, schlubby pedophile, eventually he's going to break. And that'll be the episode where he gets fired. And that'll be worth talking about. And that's part of the reason why I have decided to talk about this. I featured the video on the forum because I'm like a Japanese man with a bonsai tree. I have this Dick Masterson shrub in a potted plant in front of me. And now that it is starting to grow in the right direction, I'm not going to clip it. I'm not going to cut that branch. It's growing as it pleases me to grow. So I'm going to nourish it. I'm going to give it a little bit of water and hope that it continues to grow in this direction so that it forms what is most pleasing to my eye. And that is the utter and complete humiliation of Vito Gesualdi live on air with big fat fucking tears rolling down his eyes, literally begging Dick to stay on the show and saying he needs the money, he has nothing else. This is my final form, and I'm a very patient man. That's if there's anything insidious about me, chat, it's I'm very patient. I'm not, at least when it comes to getting what I want out of people. I'm a little bit impatient when it comes to most things in life. But when it comes to seeing a train wreck unfold, I'm able to sit out, put out the chair, get the desk out, get my little clippers, and tend once every few months to the tree and progress its growth in one direction. And this is my long-term multi-year project to make Dick Masterson from loser deadbeat to father I've already accomplished that. The tree sure is progressing nicely as I wish to see it grow, chat. It has progressed in this direction already. Do not doubt me. I am patient. I am patient. I am crafting this as I want it. And next will be the big fat boo-hoo sob tears rolling down Vito's fucking face. I see it in my head. I see it. Vito is literally kowtowing. He is on his hands and knees, crying. I see it as clear as day, like an old memory. But I still see it. There will be no super killer. Don't even fucking bother with that shit. And then one other thing. This is stupid, but whatever the fuck. Where's the clip at? I don't want to play the entire fucking thing. Nobody has time for this entire fucking clip. Here we go. Is this time-stamped? It is not time-stamped. Come the fuck on. Here we go.
That he just went on the attack because he doesn't know how to have normal relations after being banned everywhere.
Well, I think there's that
could be one element.
The angry gay kid thing going on. Yeah.
Or it's what you're saying where he does this, he's lying to everybody and pretending that things are one way when it's not. I can say
Why is he attacking Joe Kent, who, Joe Kent worked as a CIA contractor, paramilitary contractor. He was in the U.S. military for years fighting our neocon wars. And his wife was killed in Syria in one of those wars. Joe Kent is the single most sincere critic, and I would say the one with the most credibility in the United States to say this foreign policy is bad. It killed my wife. I was a part of it. Joe Kent is actually someone the CIA doesn't like at all because he understands how it operates. And for Nick Fuentes, who's some child from Chicago, to go after him specifically, one congressional seat in Washington State.
That is random.
It's not random, though. It's the opposite of random. Joe Kent was number one on the list of people they wanted to knock off, people who believe in our neocon foreign policy. They wanted Joe Kent out because he could stand up and say, I actually know. I've got the receipts. My wife was killed in Syria. You had to take that guy out. And Nick Fuentes, this child, this weird little gay kid in his basement in Chicago, is participating in a super PAC to bump off Joe Kent. I've been around this my whole life. I know what that is. It's just an organized effort.
Yeah.
And
Tucker Carlson calls a spade. Nick Fuentes is an effeminate homosexual. And everything that America First does is easily understood when you contextualize it as a guy who just wants hot young dudes to pay more attention to him and give him more money and worship him. It doesn't make sense. Or as a federal asset. Because I repeat, I understood Nick's appeal all the way up until January 6th. And since then, what has he done? He has been dour, downtrodden, angry, pathetic, miserable, lonely. He doesn't go outside anymore. He doesn't do events anymore. His conferences are held in discreet locations to an audience of his 20 most loyal fans, just announced at the last second. He doesn't have any friends anymore. After Jaden, he just gave up on having confidants and trustees at all. And it's just I honestly, I don't understand his appeal at all. He encourages people to forsake company of women to enjoy his company and to forsake money being spent on families to spend money on him so that he can accomplish literally nothing. He idolizes a black man who molested and sucked the dick of his young cousin. He literally wears his merchandise. When Jaden McNeil left America First, he wore Kanye's puffer jacket, went live on stream, and just sat there listening to Kanye West music while crying with sunglasses on inside at night to a live audience of people who cried with him. Like it was like a BTS update, like someone from BTS went live and said they broke up with their girlfriend or something. And then you have like all the screaming fans of like tween girls like, oh no, Kaeyeon, you deserve to be treated so much better, Kaeyeon, I love you. It's like that. No, Nick, oh my God, I can't believe that Jaden did that to you, bro. Oh my God, you don't deserve that, bro. You're like so cool and he just doesn't get you, bro. He doesn't get you like I get you, bro. Like, and I wouldn't even be able to make fun of him for having a gay breakup, but he literally did that. He literally wore a puffer jacket and went on stream and just cried on stream, saying nothing while listening to Kanye West music. And I just don't get it. I don't get it. People still follow him and they still call him the voice of a generation, someone who is actively subversive. I just don't understand. But also I forgot. It was only a couple months ago, I think immediately after or around the election, where he made his last viral video that I remember was him making the chant "Your body, my choice" go viral on TikTok after Roe v. Wade was overturned, to the point where his young boy fans in their high schools would chant at young girls in high school, "Your body, my choice." And I brought this up before. I'll reiterate it. What do you think that does to women when they are threatened with rape by white men? Do you think that improves the white race, increases fertility, increases trust, or do you think that hurts it? It's like he's done everything possible to make men more faggy and to make women hate men as much as possible. And people think he's not compromised. I can't think of a single thing that he's done that actually promotes anything that would be in our interest. And he still has a huge following. It's really actually distressing to me because it's like he's one of the worst role models ever. I just don't get it. I really don't get it. And that's it. I will read the super chats. Hopefully the dashboard worked. It did work. Okay. Let's try to do this before I literally am about to. I need pizza, bro. You have no fucking. Oh, I forgot one thing. This is the last thing, and then I'm done. Okay. There is. Oh man, I'm not gonna be able to find this now that I want to, because this thread moves so fast. It's a little quick sesh. If I can just find this real quick. Okay, wait, let's see what this is real quick. This seems like it could be content here.
What kind of bullshit? Oh my fucking God, bro. I'm gonna fucking kill myself, bro. That's fucking rigged, dude. That is so fucking wrong. That is so fucking wrong, dude. I'm gonna kill myself, dude. I'm actually gonna fucking kill myself, dude. I gotta stop saying that. I cannot believe I just fucking lost that much money, dude. I actually want to fucking kill myself because Eddie is a fat faggot that likes penis in his mouth. And
No!
big ass cock.
Don't say that about Eddie.
He's a fucking weirdo. I'm not playing on this site anymore, dude. I'm going to Shuffle, dude. I'm not playing on that site no more, dude. I'm not playing on that site no fucking more, dude. Or whatever site. It didn't even fucking matter, bro. That's fucking bullshit, bro. I'm not playing on that. Did you guys just see that? That is so wrong. It's just, I want to fucking kill myself because this website, bro. Fuck you guys, man. No one's helping me. Fuck.
You hear that? You hear that, Eddie? He loves you, and he has so much respect for you, and you keep denying him. You won't unban his Twitch account or Kick account. And I just don't know why. Josh, check Jabber? What the fuck is... Why are you spamming that? I don't have a jabber. Oh, do you mean the... Wait, hold up. There's a picture. Where is this? If this is this fucking picture... How is this picture not a post? You guys have fucked up. Listen, post the leg in chat. Post the fucking leg in the I can't even view that chat unless I'm signed down. God damn it. Hold up. I'm doing my best here. My best is not really that great, but I'm now I didn't see I saved my calories today for pizza. And now I'm 4.5 hours into this, and I don't have any food in me. Oh, XMPP. Okay. I see. Okay, let's see. I got the Polish line. Can you page Josh on Jabber for emergency boss man segment? Oh no. Okay, this is this is Theriath. Okay, let me send it to my cell phone signal. This is how it works, okay? I received a message that I read on my phone, and I'm pasting that message to myself on Signal, so I can go over to my host computer and copy the link from my host computer over to my guest computer, and now I'm going to post the link in, and the magic of computers will allow this to work effortlessly, okay? Send me the foot, by the way, on Jabber. Ah, just as I predicted, the video loads perfectly without issue. Exactly as predicted, chat. The magic of computers. Okay, this is a big chonky MP4. Very chonky MP4. Jesus Christ. Okay, hopefully that's enough.
So I tell you, bro, it's literally proven. I can prove it. I'm gonna make YouTube videos and prove how rigged this shit is. That's what I'm gonna do. That's literally what I'm gonna fucking do. I'm gonna make YouTube's. I'm gonna fucking kill myself, bro. I'm gonna fucking kill myself, bro. I'm gonna fucking kill myself so bad and just get shut everything down. After I kill myself, all these sites are gone. They're all taken down. Every one of them are gonna be taken down.
Oh, that's a revenge fantasy that's not going to come true. You think you're the first gambling addict to kill yourself, bro? Come on now. Don't be silly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER, bro. Come on now. Don't be like this.
Done. You're all done. You're all fucking Jewish fucking scammers. Are all gonna be done, bro. You're all gonna be done. No more money for you faggots. No more money for you faggots. Fucking scammer faggots, bro. After I kill myself, you guys will not be able to do this anymore. I'm gonna save the fucking world. I'm gonna save the fucking world. Fuck you, bitch. Fucking faggots. I hate you guys.
I don't know. Boss man on one of his crack binges has become awakened to the Jewish question. That's a good progression. That's a good step in the right direction. All right. If I get my picture from Jabber, I will relay it. Until then, I will do super chats before I die. All right. Ballistic Characteristic for 15 says, have a nice weekend. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Kurt Eichenwald, Anime Masturbator for 10 says, Glorious Kiwi Emperor, how are you enjoying your Bing Bing Wahooing? The new PoppyCon character really expanded my dong, if you know what I mean. These madmen put problem glasses on a monkey. They need to be stopped. Anyways, back to gooning. That's very unflattering, bro. Come on now. Brad 3055 for 20 says, been watching and enjoying your stream since you started. Your persistence in the face of constant tribulation is nothing short of inspiring. Keep it up, buddy. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Bunker Housing for... Oh, I forgot to read the fucking thing. God damn it. I'll read it next stream. Don't let me forget. Bunker Housing for 5 says, report for consummate of content. Or reporting. I hope you have enjoyed this content. This content was a bit chunky today, but I hope you have enjoyed it. Little Baby Child for 2 says, your voice is clipping, the music didn't. This message is brought to you by a $2 bill. Thank you. I think I got the message. Anime Sucks, Cope and Sneed for 2 says, I feel you, Josh. It's hard being a real one out here. Oh, yeah, buddy, I bet. Banana Plugs for 2 says, happy pizza day, Josh. You're my favorite non-Slav. Always. Ouch, your mic is like, do I look like I know what a JPEG is? This is the beginning. Okay, I fixed it. Unkind naysayer for two says Anisa's husband is a skinny bitch with a bald spot, as we've learned. He also loves immigrants and Poojies. Banana Plugs for 10 says, let's all have a laugh, and links to a YouTube video. Okay. Oh, it's Mexico.
You've been drafted. We're handing out free showers to people like you.
Free showers? No, I'm okay. You go. Bye-bye.
Hey there, you've been... Oh shit, there's a sniper aiming at your forehead. Get the fuck away from me! Wow, looks like you could use some more curry. Too bad, sign here, we'll explain later. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt your scam calls. You've been drafted for World War III. Wait, shouldn't you be at a fucking gas station? Hello, sir, you're the chosen
It's funny
one.
because
You've
it's
been
a soldier
drafted.
chat.
Hola, me no speak English.
I don't give a fuck. All right, yeah, we'll take all of you Pacos, say adios to your family, and hop in the pickup truck. Of course, that's nothing new for y'all. Wow, you've been drafted for World War III. The Army needs big booty Latinas. Hey there, you've been drafted. Oh, well, sorry to ruin your little fiesta or whatever, but you're all getting fucking deported. What up, bitch? I'm here
He
to
also
draft your
deports.
27
That's very
sons,
based.
or I'm calling ICE.
How
Hey
does he
man, I was gonna
decide?
draft you, but you keep making them tacos, Paco. We appreciate your service.
Gracias.
We could use you down at the border, but it looks like you've already been there. Hold up, bro. I bet your name's Edgar and you drive an Infiniti G37, am I right? Who's trying to have some sex, though? I got tacos from Paco's Tacos.
Okay. I'm glad. Keep paying for that Google VO, buddy. Even the name of the program is Hispanic. Awaken 34 for one says, you sound fine off the microset. You might want to check the connection. They're cracking something like TV set. Had a similar thing when messaging with the jack, my headphones and PC. No, it's a pass-through thing with the fucking Scarlet. Sneeda Stanny for 5 says, you make fun of BMJ for having scurvy, but how is he supposed to get his vitamin C if his juice was spiked with saltpeter by those rats at the Virginia State Correction? I don't know, buddy. I don't know. That's a deep cut. I don't even know how to explain that. Bossman thought that they were giving him anti-dick pills in jail. Anime Extremist for 2 says, I would like to apologize for my behavior last stream. I was up 2 days without sleep. This isn't an excuse. I'm just sorry for how I acted. My cat passed away Sunday, the last of the OGs. RIP. RIP, cat. That's okay, buddy. Don't worry about it. Sorry to hear that. The false copy of Thunder for one says, Nick Fuentes is exploding in popularity and tens of thousands of normies are being sucked in. You need to make a person stream on him to canonize what a deceitful snake he is. I honestly don't give enough of a fuck. If you think that Nick Fuentes is going to save the white race, I guess we all deserve to die. Crispy Legs Forever for 5 says, Happy Friday. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Bunker Housing for 5 says, why do you not check with X-Ray Girl? She does all the sound for Nerdrotic show, and there is never any problems there. Speak to her. I think she can help you. I don't know who that is, bro. Look, it's just that I use Linux, and I cannot stream on Linux, and I want to compartmentalize my stream setup for my computer without having to dual boot constantly. I just wish my fucking setup worked. Chimpanzee, that for 2 says, Josh, you're such a retard. Stop asking chat for audio feedback every stream. Just open the stream on a new tab and check yourself. Oh, guess what, motherfucker? I did. It sounded fine. Zet Suppa for 1 says, Grumpy of the internet, more like it. Yeah. My hamsters and turf for 1 says, what mechanical keyboard switches do you have in your early streams? I never had them. I just had like a Logitech. I think I have the same Logitech keyboard I've always had, bro. It's just a cheapo. Collier Dante for 20 says, what is the Joaquin Oliver's AI opinion on Will Stansel? Probably that he should be raped. Thank you. About Treefitty01 for 5 says, I watched the Keffels episode and was dying when he was reading the note that was left on his door in Ireland. It was like Michael Scott reading the fake hate note from Bob Vance. That is why you suck. It's true. It's true. He does suck. Patty Caddy for 5 says, Suffa audiophile, you will not hear about Kugel's journey, nor will you hear about the library of all human knowledge. I shall not send my many super chats to tell you the lore of the dying earth. Okay. Thank you. Little Baby Child for 2 says, Josh, Google the hanky code once you want to know how gay colors actually mean. I don't want to know, actually. Banana Plugs for 2 says, at least Jim Henson, creator of Muppets and the Sesame Street, is dead and can't see how they perverted his creation. That's true. R.I.P. Jim Henson. The best epic rap battles of history song is the one that he's on. Asian Tech Support for 10 says, hello, my dear Sa. I'm unable to watch live, and I wish you a very pleasant weekend. Much love from Sri Lanka. We are definitely not Indian, sir, not even a little bit. So I've heard. I've heard it's the pearl of the Indian Ocean. Thank you. Dios mío, la criatura, for one says, Geneva, Illinois, mentioned. Show is. Enriched Uranium for $50 says, thank you for the gay neighbor flag history lesson. You're very welcome. I hope you enjoyed. David S877 for 25 says, always remember the ancient Chinese curse or blessing, this too shall pass. I don't know what that's in reference to, but yeah, I think that's true with most things. Thank you. Anime Sucks Copenhagen for one says, is Spain based because I'm Spanish? I think you're a Maramut. About Tree Fitty for one, Tree Fitty 01 for $20 says, Josh, can you watch a little bit of this video? It's called Telling Customers in the Hood Happy Pride Month. It's very funny, but only on YouTube. That's a problem. I'll just take the F. Okay, I'll play like a minute of it, bro.
Hey, let me grab these 2 woods right here.
These right here?
Yeah.
Oh, you were the one that left that came back?
Yeah.
All right. $4.
Dude, I just want to say, I've seen this in person now when I drove through Baltimore. Black people straight up wear balaclavas just casually. I don't know what the fuck it is with black people and just wanting to look like as much of a criminal as humanly fucking possible, but there's like something wrong with them. Like black people are just fundamentally fucked up where they think that this is like acceptable. And like a lot of them do.
Go ahead, you can tap it. You already went through. You have a blessed day. You know, happy Pride Month. Happy Pride Month, brother.
Happy what?
Happy Pride Month.
What the wrong with you, G?
What you mean?
Like disrespecting my OG, man. Is you cool?
How?
What the man?
How did I disrespect your OG?
You said happy Pride Month, man. Mo slap the dog shit out you. How the gonna tell me happy Pride Month? Do I look like a female to you?
A little bit.
Do I look gay to you?
Well, hold on. Take off your ski.
Man, I ain't taking off no. Matter of fact, come outside.
Nah. I don't want to fight.
Come outside.
I don't fight females, bro.
Fireworks.
I don't fight.
Why not?
Huh?
I don't fight either. I shoot.
You shoot?
Yeah, fireworks. Check it out, though.
Nah, I'm good, bro. I don't want no smoke, bro.
And ain't no smoke.
I just thought you was a female. That's it.
Why you keep tweaking with me, G?
This guy is like trying to get shot. What the fuck?
Nah,
this
just
guy has
like
no.
at the end of the day.
This guy is definitely like a friend or something. There's no way that he's doing that because that's how you get fucking killed. That's fake. I'm calling fake. Next. Space Allen for $50 says, Ham Jam. Thank you very much, Space Allen. I appreciate it. Mousecop 5 for 5 says, when I was driving this morning, the car in front of me had bright LED display in the rear window that was flashing, scrolling advertisements. It was extremely distracting. My rage knows no bounds. Yeah, I would report that. If I ever saw that, I would absolutely fucking report that to the state that his car is from for being a hazard. Drewby82 for 2 says, morning, Josh. Could I get a Second Amendment click to ring in the weekend? I have not fired this yet, but I warn you, once I have fired this, I'm no longer doing this because it's then if I have an ND on stream, I will never hear the end of it. I also think I have to talk while doing it because otherwise the sound filter will pick it out. There you go. Thank you. Logistical Nightmare for 10 says, Cantina Chicken Burrito is GOAT. It's such a shame they did away with the Chipotle sauce. Josh, once again, with the base taste. Yeah, I'm telling you, it was the best thing they ever put out, and they got rid of it. I don't know. The only other thing that was really good is that they, for this very limited time, had this yellow sauce packet. It's not the morning breakfast salsa. It's a it was like some kind of like cantina salsa. It was really good. They charged fucking money for it though. The fucking hack. God, fuck. Everything in the U.S. is so much worse than it used to be, and you have no fucking idea. If you haven't been gone for 10 years, you have no fucking idea how much better it used to be. Snane Feeding for one says, I know you hate Google to the guts, but do they have top tier buffet burger joint for 3 meals a day, in-house barista brew ice drip coffee exists nowhere else? You'd sell your soul for that. What? What the fuck are you even talking about, bro? Red Eyes Black Dragon for 5 says, I bet that Russian lady you worked with at Whataburger judged all the FedEx customers' orders. She was Belarusian if you called her Russian. Is that the joke? I think I mentioned that she was Belarusian and lost her shit if you called her Russian. And now you're deliberately bringing that up. I see how it is. Anime Sucks. Copenhagen for one says, people should be spending money on furry porn. Cold for one says, my great uncle Randy maxed out all of his credit cards every time he was offered one by eating out. When they tried to collect, he didn't have anything of value. The courts could take legally. W Randy. That's how you do it, buddy. That's how you do it. Debt max that shit. Anyway, Sexscope puts in for facts says, honest question though, why are they going after furry before lolly? I think they're going after lolly too. I don't know why you're saying furry, because I think Gelbooru is has lolicon on it. I'm pretty sure that's the issue. Hummel Guardsman for 5 says, have some money for the cow chair. Ooh, the cow chair. Yeah, buddy. One day I'll do it. I'll do the ad reads and get the cow chair. TP Deluxe for 5 says, keep pushing that boulder of cheese up the hill. God bless. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Circus Addict for 1 says, oh shit, I'm super late. How much news is the poop roach and news on the poop roach infestation have I missed? Are we any closer to Yeet the Jeet 2025? We are so fucking close to Yeet the Jeet. You have no idea. People are just randomly picking random Indian YouTubers to beat with sticks now when they feel like it. Banana Plugs for 2 says, please tell me you're going to talk with the Trump EO that I just saw 2 hours ago. No, I'm saving that. I have to look into it. Kiro04 for 4 says, have you considered making a TV app for Kiwi Farms? It's hard to browse media for a thread in browser on a television. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you using the format of TV? Are you fucking okay? Banana Plugs for 1 says, I'm an idiot. I'm talking about this EO. Yes, I know what you're talking about. No, I have to save it. IHC 1996 for 5 says, approaching steps with peg legs. Joshy me boy. You haven't now forgotten about us on the Facebook group, have you, Joshy boy? Forgotten ye who made ya, old Joshy boy. No, I have not. I actually recently checked in on it and banned somebody and approved a bunch of things. The issue was that I was hoping to stream on it, and I can't do that because Facebook's streaming system sucks cock. And like, I don't know how else to put it. I can't reliably stream on Facebook without resetting it up every single week. And I won't do that. Sergeant Wizardfist for 5 says, Ken Ashcorp always been weird, and he gets pegged by his wife or in GF. I don't know. I didn't know that, bro. Goya Dante for $20 says, Ang Vandra is a dissociative identity disorder maligner who abandoned a pet because she wouldn't stop pretending to be possessed and left it behind when taken to the hospital. That's very sad. Yeah, she seems like a mental case, bro. She seems real fucked up in the head. The president of Nintendo for 5 says, how do you animate Nick in your total Baldo victory meme? As a beginner video editor enjoyer, the best I can do is abusing keyframes. I abuse keyframes. I cut the body and the arms apart, and I use keyframes to move them around. And it took me several hours to put that together. Awaken 34 for 20 says, here's the music that you might find enjoyable. It's clearly attached to my childhood. Ultraman Tiga theme song? This is like Power Rangers. Oh. I want to say that this is on a playlist that I have somewhere of like meme music. I'm pretty sure I've heard that before. Thank you. John Dodarius for 5 says, have a wonderful pizza day. Thank you. Zent Suppa for 1 says, fixing her in this economy, my brother in Christ, I can't even fix myself. Yeah, it's rough out there, bro. Red Eyes Black Dragon for 10 says, this is you, by the way. And it's a clip of Hey Arnold. Hey, it's the pizza man.
Nice of you to visit our Harold.
I thought maybe I could cheer him up.
Harold, someone's here to see you. Go away! It's the pizza man.
That's stupid. I hated Hey Arnold. In case you're wondering, I thought that show was fucking obnoxious as shit. Sneedo for 1 says, even on Spotify, Josh can't escape the VTuber menace. Would you rather listen to Bossman's playlist or VTuber music? Bossman's. I listen to Bossman's playlist like every day. If you listen to VTuber shit, I wouldn't. Pancake Luchador for 2 says, hey Josh, hope you have a good one. Thank you. Kvis for 20 says, saw the show you recommended. Then there's a YouTube link. Every time Lenore Castlevania calls Hector good boy in the Castlevania net. I have not even talked about this. I'm not playing this. This is gay shit. Thank you. RCRA69 for 20 says, Josh is a fatty 2x4 couldn't fit through the kitchen door. Thank you. Barello Furman for 1 says, nothing. Thank you. Not Locked for 20 says, hey, what's up, Josh? Space Station 13 Riviera Station server IP every Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Also, you don't have to play this, but here, and there's a link. Is this in the space station? Every weekend, people advertise the Space Station 13 server in the community happenings thread. If you wanna play Space Station with people, I haven't played in a long time, but I imagine it's still very fun. Thank you. The Bugs for one says, "Whoa, buddy." Zen Supper for one says, "This retard gets $600 grillion and can't keep a stream up." Actual SMHD. I know. Tell me about it. The Bugs for one says, "Me no black poppy. I'm Dominican. Every Dominican ever." I don't know enough Dominicans to comment on this. Bunker Housing for 3 says, "You are mooted saw." I figured it out. Thank you. Girlfriend Haver for 5 says, "Josh, don't know if you can see this, but you are muted. There is no audio. Please consider fixing it." Yes, I fixed it. Thank you. Now Scott 5 for 5 says, "I know it's frustrating for you, but the part where Josh struggles with technical difficulties is one of the most entertaining parts of the stream every week. It's like a recurring joke." Yeah, it's super intentional, bro. It's a bit like Sam Hyde and the Gorilla Nest. Fentard for 380 says, "I can fix her with some good old alcohol-fueled domestic abuse. Hurrah, Turapan ya pateran." Good luck with that. Yachts for 4 says, "Here's my neighbor. By the way, you're clipping your mic audio at some point in your processing chain at brick walls at 2 DM. Yeah, I limit it. No, so it's not super loud. Kurt Eichenwald, Emily Masturbator for 10. I already read this. Thank you. Coley Dante for 20 says, "Pearl is obsessed with the wall because she's shaped like a brick." She hit the wall at like 20, I think. Thank you. Anime Sucks Scopatine for 5 says, "Hope you're setting up a podcast with Louis Rossman, Eric July, and Maddox when is the first episode." I don't think so. Let's restart the stream again for 20 says, "I'm sorry, Mr. Moon, there's only one course of action left. You got to make the gorilla nest." I'm so close to it, buddy. I'm so close. Thank you. Lil Petard for 5 says, "Speech slurring, stream cutting out, tripping over computer cables. Josh, the drunk streams are going too far." Fuck you. Poor Glack for 1 says, "You ever listen to 93.7's Trump Country Radio down in Florida?" No, I did not know that was a thing. CPEG for 5 says, "A church friend of mine died last week. No public cause of death. I think a lot of people tried to Google the cause of death because an AI slop channel thought she was famous and made a video obituary." Wow. Okay, that's crazy. That's really creepy. And I bet it's a fucking Jeet too. That's creepy. I bet he like lurks to see what trends are rising and then like steals that and makes obituaries. That's creepy as fuck. Bunker Housing for 3 says, "Yeah, those Danish are weird. Trust me, I know. We Swedes are expert on the Danes. Did you know Sweden and Denmark have the world record for most wars?" No, I did not know that. That is interesting. Saxon Bear for 10 says, "Cash App Patel. It now makes sense why his name is the neighbor version of PayPal. A cheap imitation of the established tech product. Very fitting. SAR." Yeah, I have nothing good to say about him, really. I don't know anything about him. Except he won't leak the Epstein list. Thank you. Bunker Hazard for 4 says, "Did not know you were Korean. Also, evidence besides sleuthing, bonsai trees are a chink hobby. They're Japanese." Barella Furman for 2 says, I wasn't a groiper or a constant watcher, but I liked Nick until the Medicare stuff happened. I saw how self-serving he was, plus I heard about the Ali stuff." Dude, I forget him even mentioned that. He let a fucking brown Muslim pedophile molest one of his young boys in his little groupie sphere. And then he blamed the young boy for getting molested, despite the fact that he knew that Ali was A, brown, which is disqualifying in and of itself, B, Muslim, disqualifying in and of itself, and C, a pedophile, according to Milo, said that he knew. Or at least knew that he was gay. And then he blamed Smiley for getting molested. And then all of the America First people docked Smiley for daring to get molested by Ali and thereby making Fuentes look bad. He's just the biggest, worst fucking cunt on the planet. I hope he gets what's coming to him. Ron Burger for 2 says, 30 seconds mentioned the drawing fish tank featured over the last week and shit was so cash. There's a fish tank and people could draw fishes and people made Hitler fishes and they got approved because someone hacked it. Space Allen for 5 says, "Sorry if I missed it, but did you say what's going on with Ofcom?" Nope. Bunker Housing for 3 says, "If Jim is dead, you're going to have to start work on the remembrance stream." It's not my job. Anime Sucks Scope and Sneed for 2 says, "That guy's cat is in heaven agreeing with my 2 cats that sorry you're an idiot for watching anime." That's very mean. Pentard for 5 says, "You can find few Fuentes fans streaming on Twitch, and they are all the most delusional gay retards on the planet and use having a white wife and kids as an insult." Wow, that's sad. Ratlord 111 for 2 says, "Buy yourself a 3 cheese quesadilla." Spingle Cat for 1 says, "On a recent Kino Casino, PPP had an Indian experience in a bathroom. The Indian in the next stall was using the toilet as his bidet." Yeah, I heard his rant about that. That's very fucking gross. I'm glad I don't live in an area with Jeets. Spangled Cat for one says, I missed the XXL grilled stuffed burrito, Jersh. I was not around for that. I missed the cantina burrito. Okay, I'm about to fucking die. Thank you for watching. I'm sorry I didn't show the boss man foot. I just can't do it anymore. I'm about to collapse. Take it easy. See you soon. Bye-bye. The outside center is 11.
I'm working on my mental health. Help by helping out myself. Looking out for number one. Gotta care for me to care for anyone. I keep thinking about mom and dad. How they gave me everything they had. They did all they could, I should be glad. But they gave the good and I took the bad. I'm an emotional fraud, using every thought to get what I want, and I wanna get caught. I'm not an open book, put me on your hook. I wanna make it stop, I just wanna get caught. I'm an emotional I've been learning how to cry, how to use this pain I've got inside, to be more honest, less insincere, and show the world what's behind my tears. All your flaws make you perfect, so if you're sad, then make it worth it. And show the pain you're going through, so someone out there feels it too. I'm an emotional fraud, I'm using every thought to get what I want, and I wanna get caught. I'm not an open book, put me on your hook. I wanna make it stop, I just wanna get caught. I'm an emotional fraud. I'm an emotional fraud. I'm an emotional fraud. I'm an emotional fraud. I've been learning how to cry, how to use this pain I've got inside. I'm an emotional fraud, I'm using every thought to get what I want, and I wanna get caught. I'm not an open book, put me on your hook. I wanna make it stop, I just wanna get caught. I'm an emotional fraud. I'm an emotional fraud.